Happy Saturday, everyone. It's October 25th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're joining me, hopefully you know, for part 3, and we expect the finale of Mockery Manor, which is a little bit of a hybrid game, a dossier game with a very heavy audio voice acting component created by a group of people, a company that has a very well-regarded long-running satirical mystery podcast series called Mockery Manor. This is a game set in that universe. They have some other podcasts as well. This game was purchased by me with help from the Patreon supporters. Okay, let's check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing before we catch up. Now, I'm very sad to say that Jonathan Warner let me know he wasn't going to be able to make tonight's stream, which is sad. As most of you know, Jonathan Warner and I have been doing this for many years now. If I have a little favorite on the channel, it's Jonathan Warner. Okay, but he'll watch it after the fact and give his thoughts, post them as comments on this video. And I hope those of you watching who don't watch this live will also leave your thoughts as comments on this channel or on Board Game Geek, etc. But I am very happy to be with all of you who are joining me today live. Okay, Mockery Manor. Now, yesterday we did a very long recap, a 2-hour recap of the case, so we don't have to do that tonight. But we will do a little bit of recap of where we left off last night, and we left off at a sort of cliffhanger where we just got access to some new documents, so I am excited about that. I think we are all very much enjoying this game and happy for it to keep going, but I do think we will finish it tonight. Tomorrow, on Sunday, we will have our normal play-by-mail session at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to read the third letter of Dear Holmes, a case called Return of the Ripper, seemingly about Jack the Ripper's return, but maybe not. On Monday, those of you who have been joining me for the 4-part print-and-play game Secret of Langton Manor, which has a very creepy vibe, we will be concluding that Monday evening. Then we will have on Thursday and Friday, October 30th and 31st, which is Halloween night, we will be having our showstopper game of October. We like to play lots of spooky games, and we like to try to find at least one really deluxe one to play on or around Halloween. Now, if I had known how good Mockery Manor was going to be, this might have been our little showstopper. But instead, we have a game planned that will take us, we hope, 2 nights. And that is The Root of All Evil. I believe that one will have a much creepier vibe to it. I do hope you can join me for that. I don't like to play those scary ones alone. We have had a good October, a good set of games. Even though I've been waylaid by some sickness, I do feel a lot better now, and I'm very happy to be able to have a good October here. All right, anything else to talk about before we continue? A reminder that when we finish this, we will share our thoughts. I do hope you'll keep a pen and paper nearby when we play these games, to write down any game design thoughts you have, maybe your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, any game design notes, so that you can share them at the end, either with me live in the chat or by posting comments afterward. All right, Mockery Manor. We've got a disappeared friend, a missing person, Ralph Teller, our friend, who works at Roswell as an alien with the 4 of them. Ashley is us. and she's trying to find him. She's investigating, trying to find them. Mockery Manor has a whole history of some nefarious deeds, including a murder in the past. Ralph seems to have gotten caught up in that in the past, served some time in jail for it, and then came out to work at the park and has now disappeared. We have a list of suspects that have been summarized here. A spooky nurse guest who's a psychologist and a very creepy stalker woman, but we had a great interview with her, my favorite interview of the set so far. Grog, a friend of Ralph, and maybe also involved in the old past misdeeds at the park. Jennifer, another actor here. The DJ, whose name is Bob, but also has a different name. I forget what it is, and used to be on the radio show with one of the people and is banned from the park, but is sort of an independent journalist sneaking into the park. So we think he's probably just trying to get a story. Walter, maybe our chief suspect, a very creepy guy who we've recently discovered has access to the underground tunnels and was writing notes that look a little bit like blackmail. We're not sure, but maybe his motives are that he's in love with Jennifer. Then we've got the managers of the park that know something about the misdeeds of the park. They might be covering stuff up. Chief among them, this woman Davina, which we're going to get to in a second. And then Simone, a girl that likes Ralph and asked him out, but he was a little bit nervous about it because of his past. We've got lots of documents, but we don't need to recap those. What we do need to do is recap where we left off yesterday. Where we left off yesterday is we had snuck into Davina's office. We heard Davina and another of the managers talking about going to Mockery Manor to pull up some security footage for some stolen keys. We solved a rather lengthy puzzle, but quite an enjoyable one, about which keys are missing. We overheard them talking about 6 keys missing, but we had some that were misfiled. But we have identified the missing keys, and mostly they go to the tunnel. 5 keys for tunnels in various locations in the park. In fact, I probably should have printed out that map. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and download that so that I can print it out during the break. Let's see, could I click on this to get a bigger view? Okay, let's just take a screenshot of that. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this one. Okay. So with that map and the keys, we figured out what's missing, but the Lorry Bay key is also missing. And we know that Ralph used to drive a lorry, and in fact, perhaps that's what got him into trouble years ago. In addition, we listened to a radio show hosted by the local private investigator who resides in Mockery Manor Park, and heard some very cool stuff, including that Ralph seemed to be calling in, revealing secrets of the manor. The park found out, had the show canceled, or had that series canceled, but some interesting stuff. Then we listened to this music video, Alien Song, which the chat was very clever to figure out was the entertainment director complaining about Ralph, who was his most favorite actor, refusing to be in the performances. And then at the very end, we got access to the filing cabinet that she keeps locked. This is Davina's office. And in that Filing cabinet was a little reminder message to herself with a secret code, which was based on her dog. And where we ended last night is we figured out the code and we got access to her computer. On her computer is some files. We tried clicking on one of these that worked, and then there's some other interviews. So in the interim, I have printed out the documents that we can access here, but let me just show you them first. Let's take a look at them on the screen, and then I've printed them out so we can access them in printed form. I suppose, though, before I do, I should check in with the chat, see if anything has anything else they want to talk about, anything they're working on this weekend. Has anyone yet gone and watched the YouTube channel Watch It for Days that I've been pushing for the last week? That was recommended to me by a viewer of this channel on our Discord. You are all welcome to join the Discord if you like, or stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. But anyway, DJ on the Discord was telling me about this channel, Watch It for Days, which I now love. And I have listened to half her videos. Her videos are like an hour long. She walked through the whole Columbo episode, talks about it, talks about the actors, points out interesting changes in Los Angeles or California and overlapping scenery and sets. She's really very good at what she does. It's very long form, comforting entertainment. I've been listening to it as I go to sleep. Has anyone taken me up on that recommendation and checked out Watch It for Days? Or is anyone else have any plans? Mystified says, not yet, but I watched Columbo back in the day. I'll have to check it out. Anyone else? Where's my coffee? Anna says, I was thinking about rewatching some Columbo. I highly recommend it. Columbo is I didn't realize, I used to watch it with my father when I was a little kid, but I didn't realize how really different that show was than most mystery shows. It's really quite special. It's also a little bit of a snapshot into the time period. If you watch this woman's videos, you find out how much a little snapshot you get, especially into California culture. But Columbo seemed to have pioneered the inverted mystery, at least on TV. I don't know if there are, I don't know how many mystery books there are that use this inverted structure where you find out who the killer is before the detective, and then the whole show is the detective trying to prove it. Are there books like that? I don't know of any. Perry says, I'm rewatching the BBC's Sherlock Holmes and Poirot. All right, with that, let's go to our screen here. In fact, we might as well do this view. Okay, so here we have a Airwaves contract. So we're going to read this in a second. I guess it opens a new tab. Okay, so there's that. There's Mockery top secret documents. Now, if I try to click on this, we get a little Windows 95 error. So I feel like that is just a little teaser. We can't actually get into this. Then we've got an article that's an image. Lightning strike caused theme park inferno. That seems very intriguing. Like that could be relevant. I mean, obviously it's all relevant. Okay, then we've got a movie. I guess we got to watch that together. I'm going to put my earphones on for this. Let's see, can I full screen this? No, let's just try to watch it.
Greetings! I am Madame Magenta, and according to the schedule, you are Walter. Not that I need a schedule to know your name. As a celebrated psychic, I knew who you were from the moment you entered my caravan of fortune.
Actually, I am Senor Antonio. I swapped with Senor Walter.
Oh, well, of course, I knew that. I was just testing you to see if you're an honest man. And you passed. Well done. I trust my assistant Bernard gave you paper and pencil to write down your question for the spirits.
Yes, he did.
Put it in there. Your handwriting's a little hard to read.
I could read it to you.
I prefer to keep verbal interaction with clients to a minimum, thank you. But go ahead.
Should I tell management that I saw 3 different people sneaking out of Davina's office on the night of the party? Or would that make me a snitch and a stool pigeon?
An unusual question. Let's ask Madame Magenta's decision maker. Heads yes, tails no? Let's see. Right. Oh, what was that? I think that's no. Okay. Shut the door on your way out. Greetings. Have you written your question on the esoteric paper? Go on. Good. Let's make this quick. I need to go to the bathroom fairly urgently. That'll teach me to steal food from the lake house kitchen. All right, so you want to ask the spirits. I've made a lot of people very angry recently. Am I in danger? Interesting question. Here's a tarot. So these are tarot cards. Shuffle them. And when you're ready, just pick one, and that'll be your answer. Okay, let's have a look. Oh dear. Right, okay. You know what, my darling? What this means is there's nothing to be gained from dwelling on things you can't change. Just enjoy yourself. Tell your friends you love them. Dance like nobody's watching and it's your last day on Earth. All right? Poor baby. And you must be... Let's have a look at this. Simone, I presume. All right. What? What was that? Speak up, dear. You want me to do a general reading? Oh, God. I prefer it when you have a question, but... Fine, all right, let's see. Right. Oh, right, okay. Ooh, okay, right. Let's have a look. Oh, interesting. Right. Okay, well, so... Chaos, doomed love, distraction, journey by sea, a cruise maybe. How nice. I despise everyone here, especially him. My greatest love turned to my greatest hate. How might I extract the respect I deserve? Well, a question worthy of a serial killer if ever I've seen one. Let's see what the cards say. Ooh, right. I think these ones are the more appropriate. Oh, the spirits guide me to this one. All right, willowed it. So, the spirits suggest, have you tried being less of a Yes, I can see your badge, says Simone, but if you're her, who the hell was that earlier? Never mind. What's the point of making a schedule? All right, let's see what your question to the spirits is. Should I try to smooth things over? Do I have to be the problem solver yet again? And if so, how should I approach this? All right, let's ask the cards. The 7-spot ladybird. Like the ladybird, strike hard and fast at your problem. Do not think, allow instinct to overtake the senses. So what are you asking me? Or rather the spirits. You're asking the spirits, you're not asking me. You're saying, is there something rotten at the core of mockery? Interesting question, my dear. Let's use the tarot. Pull a card out, any card, pick a card. Oh, that one, very interesting. And give it back. The magician. Reversed. Depending on which way you're looking at it. Let's say it's reversed. The answer, my dear, is ambiguous. As in life, many things are hidden. Find that which lies beneath the surface, the dark path that twists and turns. Follow it, and it will lead you where you need to go. You were supposed to be here earlier. Yes, I know. The second Simone took your spot. Oh, whatever. All right, let's get on with it. You're asking the spirits, can I trust Margot Mockery? Let's use the coin. What side did we say yes and no was again? Oh, who cares? Yes. Back on schedule again. Good. Right. If you like someone quite a lot, but you live with them and your lives are entwined, is it ever a good idea to poop where you eat, if you know what I mean? All right. That's a very articulate question. Let's use the coin. No. Half an hour late.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear your reasons why. Let's get this over with.
Oh.
All right. So your question is, if I can't get work anywhere else and I can't see a future here, what else can I do except go back to what I did before? Well, sounds like you've already made up your mind, but hey-ho, what do I know? Right, let's ask the cards. There we go. Badger. To go back and forwards at the same time, it looks like you'll need help. Cooperation, teamwork, a friend. I'm not seeing anyone right now. I'm eating my lunch. Get out, please. Oh. Well, all right. Maybe I can make an exception. A general reading, perhaps? How about the near future? A one-card spread. All right, let's have a look. The Chariot, very interesting. A goal at the end of a winding path. A wheeled apparatus. Take the reins of fortune. Be bold. Be aggressive in the pursuit of victory. Oh, hang on, it's reversed, actually, isn't it? Basically the opposite of everything I just said. They're not coming, are they? Bernard, just show the next one in.
All right. Yes, you. Hello, your turn.
Well, I know it's a bit early, but we've had a no-show. Put the paper in there, please. Sorry, I didn't eat all of my lunch, honestly. You don't mind, do you? Okay, so you're asking the spirits. They don't see me for who I am. I'll make them all pay in time. But who shall I start with? Goodness me. All right. Let's see what the cards say, I suppose. No. All right, there we go. This card means, my dear, you need to take a deep breath and not do anything at all. Except maybe tell someone, like a doctor, that you're feeling a little angry and vengeful. Did you hear that, Bernard?
Yes.
What an absolute psychopath.
What on earth was that about?
Remind me to tell management about him. Bloody hell. I don't normally take clients when they're 45 minutes late. I hope you appreciate this. Put your paper in there, please. Right. Is he gonna tell on me? Will he get me blacklisted in the industry? Well, let's ask the tarot, shall we? Pick a card. Oh dear. Judgment. Not looking good, I'm afraid. Oh, don't look so worried. None of these things are set in stone. If you want to change the future, you'll just have to do something about it. All right, that's enough. Get out. No more free fortunes. Never again. They're not paying me enough for this. Goodbye.
Okay, so in case you missed the basic idea there, we know that a whole bunch of the staff has gone and visited the local psychic. And here is their schedule. We're going to listen to all of those again. But here is their schedule. And clearly the little puzzle that was happening there is some people were coming late, some people were coming in the wrong time slot. And so we were meant to figure out who was really showing up for which reading and then use that to figure out some information. So what we're going to do here is we are going to re-listen to everything once we have this slot. So I took some notes as we were doing stuff. She was seeing people from 11 to 13:45. So you can see from 11 to 13:45. Those are her slots. So I'm going to fill this out again. And we're going to re-listen to that and try to figure out who is in each slot. And if there was anything significant. All right, let's look at our list of people who are meant to show up. Walter, Ralph, Simone. I guess that's Owen, the director, J.J. Armstrong, one of the managers, Ashley, that's us. Grog, Parker, that's another one of the managers, I think, Jennifer. 1315 is supposed to be unoccupied. Then we've got Bobby and Senor Antonio. So I do remember that. So let's see. Walter is supposed to show up at 11, but I do remember that he didn't. So let's see. I'm going to see if I can flip this and split screen this way. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is figure out... I've got my one set of notes. I don't know if it's all going to fit on here, but we're going to try to figure out. So every time someone walks in, we're going to try to figure out where they are. Another clue is going to be if you can figure out the gender of the person who comes in. All right, let's listen to these again. I'm going to try putting both headphones in. See if we can hear it better. Maybe we'll pause it occasionally.
Greetings! I am Madame Magenta, and according to the schedule, you are Walter. Not that I need a schedule to know your name. As a celebrated psychic, I knew who you were from the moment you entered my caravan of fortune.
Actually, I am Senor Antonio. I swapped with Senor Walter.
Oh, well, of course, I knew that. I was just testing you to see if you're an honest man. And you passed. Well done. I trust my assistant Bernard gave you paper and pencil to write down your question for the spirits.
Yes, he did.
Put it in there.
We don't care about him. He's not involved in our
Handwriting's a little
case.
hard to read.
I could read it to you.
I prefer to keep verbal interaction with clients to a minimum, thank you. But go ahead.
Should I tell management that I saw 3 different people sneaking out of the Venus office on the night of the party? Or would that make me a snitch and a stool pigeon?
An unusual question. Let's ask Madame Magenta's decision maker. Heads yes, tails no? Let's see. Right. Oh, what was that? I think that's
Okay,
no.
that's actually
Shut the door on
important,
your
this
way out.
party.
Greetings. Have you written your question on the esoteric paper? Go on, good. Let's make
This
this
should
quick.
be
I need to
Ralph.
go to the bathroom fairly urgently. That'll teach me to steal food from the lake house kitchen. All right, so you want to ask the spirits. I've made a lot of people very angry recently. Am I in danger?
That's Ralph.
Interesting question. Here's tarot. So these are tarot cards. Shuffle them.
This is definitely
And when you're
Ralph.
ready, just pick one, and that'll be your answer. Okay, let's have a look. Oh dear. Right, okay. You know what, my
Everyone's
darling?
been fighting with Ralph recently.
What this means is there's nothing to be gained from dwelling on things you can't change. Just enjoy yourself. Tell your friends you love them. Dance like nobody's watching and it's your last day on Earth. All right? Poor baby. And you must be... Let's have a look at this. Simone,
Should have been
I presume.
Simone.
All right. What? What was that? Speak up, dear. You want me to do a general reading? Oh, God. I prefer it when you have a
Let me
question.
pause it for a second. Okay, so we don't think this was Simone, but it's someone quiet. We think this is maybe the fake Simone. He's quiet. Let's listen to the rest of this. There seemed to be like a little bit of whispering at the start of that.
But fine, all right, let's see. Right. So there's oh, right, okay. Ooh, okay, right. Let's have a look. Oh, interesting. Right. Okay, well, so chaos, doomed love, destruction, journey by sea, a cruise maybe. How nice. I despise everyone here, especially him. My greatest love turns to my greatest hate. How might I extract the respect I deserve?
It
Well,
should
a
be
question
Owen.
worthy of a serial killer if ever I've seen one. Let's see what the cards say. Ooh, right. I think these ones are the more appropriate. Oh, the spirits guide me to this one. All right, we'll out it.
It's like a Pokemon card she's using.
Have you tried being less of a Yes, I can see your badge, says Simone, but if you're her, who the hell was that earlier?
Okay, so this 12 should have been JJ. Simone badge. But is it JJ? Let's listen to the question that gets asked. That was definitely Owen that showed up. So maybe this was Simone. She was quiet. Simone isn't really quiet, though. But maybe it was. Was it about Doomed Love? Okay, so maybe it was Simone. All right, let's see if there's someone wearing Simone's badge. Let's listen to the question.
Never mind. What's the point of making a schedule? All right, let's see what your question to the spirits is. Should I try to smooth things over? Do I have to be the problem solver yet again? And if so, how should I approach this? All right.
Now, that sounds like Simone. Do I have to be problem solver? I mean, that sounds like Simone's predicament, right? She's upset people. She's saying, do I have to be the one to smooth things over? Let's re-listen to this one at 11:30. Let's see what her
Regained
question
from dwelling
is.
on things you can't change. Just
Here's
enjoy yourself.
11:30.
Tell
Let's
your
listen
friends
to
you
this
love
again.
them. Dance like nobody's watching and it's your last day on Earth. All right? Poor baby. And you must be... Let's have a look at this. Simone, I presume. All right. What? What was that? Speak up, dear. You want me to do a general reading? Oh, God. I prefer
was
it when you have
weird.
a question, but... Fine, all right, let's see. Right.
She has no question.
Oh, right, okay.
This person had no
right,
question.
let's have a look. Oh, interesting. Right. Okay, well, so... Chaos, doomed love, destruction, journey by sea, a cruise maybe. How nice. I despise everyone here, especially him. My greatest love turns to my greatest hate. How might I extract the respect I deserve? Well, a question worthy of a serial killer if ever I've
Let
seen
me
one.
just point out that Owen says, the person I love the most, that I respect the most, I hate the most. He's talking about Ralph. Ralph, who's his favorite actor. So this 11:30 that should be Simone seems very suspicious. Doesn't talk, just whispers, almost like the crazy one. This Simone, who's wearing Simone's badge, do I have to be the problem solver? Seems like it's Simone to me. But let's go ahead and...
And if so, how should I approach this? All right, let's ask the cards. The 7-spot ladybird. Like the ladybird, strike hard and fast at your problem. Do not think, allow instinct to overtake the senses.
The next person
what
should
are
be
you
us,
asking
Ash.
me? Or rather the spirits. You're asking the spirits, you're not asking me. You're saying, is there something rotten at the core of Mockery?
That sounds like
Interesting
us.
question, my dear. Let's use the tarot. Pull a card out. Any card. Pick a card. Oh, that one. Very interesting. And give it back. The Magician. Reversed. Depending on which way you're looking at it. Let's say it's reversed. The answer, my dear, is ambiguous. As in life, many things are hidden. Find that which lies beneath the surface, the dark path that twists and turns. Follow it, and it will lead you where you need to go. You were supposed to be here earlier. Yes, I know. The second Simone took your spot. Oh, whatever.
Okay, so the second Simone took your spot. You were supposed to be here earlier. This is J.J. Armstrong. J.J. Armstrong was supposed to be there, and someone came in wearing Simone's badge. This is definitely J.J. Armstrong. It would be nice if we had photos of people so we didn't have to go into our let's just see for the fun of it. Yeah, I guess it's this one here. If we go back, we can see that J.J. Armstrong, we can see a photo of her. There's J.J. Armstrong in the upper right. She seemed to know a little bit about what was going on. Okay, back we go. So here's J.J. Armstrong, a woman who's turned up. The real question is, who is this at 11:30? The third one, yeah, who is that? Says, okay, let's listen to what she tells J.J.
All right,
Armstrong.
let's get on with it. You're asking the spirits, can I trust Margot Mockery? Let's use the coin.
Can I trust Margot
what side did we
Mockery?
say
That's
yes
an
and no was
interesting
again?
question.
Oh, who cares? Yes. Back on schedule again. Good. Right. If you like someone quite a lot, but you live with them...
Back on schedule again at 12:45. If you like someone quite a lot. Scheduled is Parker. Is that right? Parker. Is it Parker or Baker? Who is... We have a Parker, don't we? Do we have a Parker? I think we do. William Parker, the manager. So if she says they're back on schedule, I think this is Parker asking if he can date someone. Date your roommate. I don't remember what we know about Parker, or date someone you work with or something. What do we know about Parker? Anything? I'm not sure we wrote any good notes about Parker. Does anyone remember what we heard from Parker? We don't. William Parker. He just told us about he's the UFO diner manager. He told us about the tunnels. If you like someone quite a lot and you live with them, we may have to try to figure out more about Parker.
And your lives are entwined. Is it ever a good idea to poop where you eat, if you know what I mean? All right, that's a very articulate question. Let's use the coin. No. Half an hour late.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to.
That's Grog, who's a half hour late. So he's showing up. Showing up at 1300, and he should have come at 12:30. Yep, that's Grog, and we can hear his voice too. It's Grog who's late. All right, let's hear his question.
Hear your reasons why. Let's get this over with.
Oh.
All right, so your question is, if I can't get work anywhere else and I can't see a future here, what else can I do except go back to what I did before? Well, sounds like you've already made up your mind, but hey-ho, what do I know? All right, let's ask the cards. There we go. Badger. To go back and forwards at the same time, it looks like you'll need help. Cooperation, teamwork, a friend. I'm not seeing anyone right now. I'm eating my lunch. Get out, please. Oh. Well,
Okay,
all right.
Stop. I want to pause that. So this is between her schedule. This is someone who's shown up out of schedule at 13:22. This is someone who is not on the schedule. Is that right? What about 13? Sorry, I'm just rewind it a little bit. Grog asks, how can he work? That was at 13. I guess, where's our 13, 15? Oh, she left it blank. Sorry. Okay, there's our 13, 15. It's not a new slot. It's just that at 13:15 she scheduled her lunch, didn't schedule any people, no one signed up. And this is someone who briber. Now, what I wanted to look at is, can we see the gender of the person's hand?
Mission, teamwork. A friend. I'm not seeing anyone right now. I'm eating my lunch. Get out, please. Oh.
No, we can't
All
see.
right. Maybe I can make an exception. A general reading, perhaps? How about the near future? A one-card spread. All right, let's have a look. The Chariot, very interesting. A goal at the end of a winding path. A wheeled apparatus. Take the reins of fortune. Be bold. Be aggressive in the pursuit of victory. Oh, hang on. It's reversed, actually, isn't it? Basically the opposite of everything I just said. They're not coming, are they? Bernard, just show the next one in.
All right.
Okay,
Yes,
stop. So the 13:30 person who should have been Bobby, we think that says, with a weird dot, he's a no-show. Or a woman, I don't really know who that is. Okay, now, 13:45 is going to be Walter, who had an 11, and he swapped with Antonio. So this is going to be Walter.
Hello, your turn.
Well, I know it's a bit early, but we've had a no-show. Put the paper in there, please. Sorry, I didn't eat all of my lunch, honestly. You don't mind, do you? Okay, so you're asking the spirits. They don't see me for who I am. I'll make them all pay in time. But who shall I start with? Goodness me, all right. Let's see what the cards say, I suppose. No. All right, there we go. This card means, my dear, you need to take a deep breath, not do anything at all. Except maybe tell someone like a doctor that you're feeling a little angry and vengeful.
So she advised him, tell a doctor. So he may end up telling the nurse. Is that what's happened? I wonder if the nurse, is the nurse the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie that he's told his secrets to? I think it's the nurse. Remember that we had a couple places where someone said, I didn't tell them, somehow they found out, and someone heard someone talking to someone on a walkie-talkie, and we heard something about a confession. I think they're all talking to the nurse. I think they're all talking to the nurse. And in fact, the nurse may have been the one that came in at 11:30 whispering. I wonder if the nurse is not the key to all of this. All right, let's keep going here because I think someone else shows up on the camera. Let's listen.
Did you hear that, Bernard?
Yes.
What an absolute psychopath.
What on earth was that about?
Remind me to tell management about him. Bloody hell. I don't normally take clients when they're 45 minutes late. I hope you appreciate...
Okay. So, and then at the 13:45 session, the person is 45 minutes late. So we're looking at Jennifer here. Jennifer is coming in 45 minutes late. Shown up. Simone has surely shown up. JJ has shown up. Okay, this is going to complete our visitor. Jennifer comes in 1 hour. Wait. Okay.
This. Put your paper in there, please. Right. Is he going to tell on me? Will he get me blacklisted in the industry? Well, let's ask the tarot, shall we? Pick a card. Oh dear. Judgment. Not looking good, I'm afraid. Oh, don't look so worried. None of these things are set in stone. If you want to change the future, you'll just have to do something about it. All right, that's enough. Get out. No more free fortunes. Never again. They're not paying me enough for this. Goodbye.
This is all happening on October 8th. Jennifer is the theme. All she cares about is theme parks. And is she worried that Ralph is going to tell on her? Yeah, Ralph busted Jennifer for stealing, we think. And so this is her having a motive. Remember, this is 2 weeks before the disappearance. So I wonder if this is the nurse. Wow, this is fascinating. Now, what I'm really curious about is whether the nurse is the person that Walter was talking to and maybe is overhearing things. So just to remind you, here is Walter's notes that he was planning, and we think one is him telling Grog about Grog's girlfriend, and then one is leave my Jenny alone, get off her case. Yeah, here is Ralph. He's talking to Ralph, who's caught Jennifer stealing. That's what we just heard about now. And then here he is talking to Bob about the DJ. I guess this is not the thing I was thinking of. Somewhere we hear about someone saying, I didn't tell anyone. Why do you think I did? And somewhere is, here he is talking about the nurse. The bloody nurse is the only one who likes you. But somewhere there's the spooky nurse. What's her name? We heard her name. In fact, we should write that down somewhere if we haven't. I think we have. The bloody nurse. Her name is Debbie. Let's remember that. And people are talking to her. She claims, actually, she was the one who said she had heard voices with someone and a walkie-talkie. I thought maybe she was the one on the walkie-talkie. Okay, maybe I was wrong. But I do think people are talking to her. I forget who we talked to, who we interviewed, that one of the people here, this is Jennifer, saying, I don't know how he found out. I didn't tell him. Like, I think some people are talking there. So we know she meets with management. So she may have lots of information. All right, so we've done the puzzle of figuring out who's talking about what. I'm not sure it gives us any insight, really. Except Grog says, I can't work at the Manor anymore. I guess I have to go back to my old crimes. We don't know who the briber is. but it didn't seem to be important. Does the walkie-talkie poem camera have a clue now that we have a better idea? That's a good point. So in here, we identified that this could be the walkie-talkie. Okay, let's see. I know you as a disembodied voice, the father in the booth who hears my sins. So maybe it is a man. Why are you here now, and why like this? Remember, this is Ralph's journal. The father in the booth. So maybe this is a man. Sins do not make the man, but are of my own hands. I speak to you of things that keep me up at night. Is the time I call you to confess, to make clean all the dirt upon my hands. So this is someone talking to someone on the walkie-talkie that we think is important, but now maybe it is a man. I was thinking I had decided it was the nurse. It says, the little circle of our hell, you have need of me as well. The little stories I can tell. So we were thinking this is the speaker antenna of a walkie-talkie. So he's telling someone his secrets. Could it be Bob? I'm not sure, but okay. I'm glad we figured out the... I thought this was not going to have a bigger use, but actually I had a full important use. Maybe there's some information there that's going to be useful to us later. All right, let's see what else we have in Davina's office. We've got staff notes for Spooky Night's interview. Okay. We're going to look at that in printed form in a second. And then we have the walkie-talkie frequencies, which we have some knowledge of. So we'll look at that in a second. And then it looks like for people who can't listen, we've got transcripts from those, from what we just listened to of the medium. So if for some reason there's something, I wonder actually if we can't see the whispering, what it says about that. So that was the person. Actually, the whispering fake Simone was at 11:30. Here it is. Let's see. You must be Simone. What was that? Speak up, my dear. You want me to do a general reading? So this person whispers, but the transcript doesn't say what they said, which makes sense. All right, so that's everything here. Now let's look at the printed versions of these and see if there's, make sure I've printed them all out. So what we've got is the Airwaves contract. We've got the printout of the article. We should make sure that's the whole thing. In fact, I'll do that now. Does it cut off at the bottom like my printout? No, it doesn't. So I have not printed this out properly. So we're going to have to read that one online. Let's look at the rest of them. And then I have the Spooky Night staff interviews here. Let's make sure that there aren't supposed to really be 19 pages. So it's just one page. Note to myself, find assistant to type up my remaining notes. Okay, so we have that one printed out. What's happened here? What's happened here? It seems to have lost. I think we. It seems to have lost the page we wanted it to keep because it's got too many open. So, okay, here we are. All right, and then walkie-talkie frequencies. This one is 1 page worth, end at 26. Okay, so we have that full thing. And then we have, what do I have here? Staff interviews. No? Oh, that's just the transcript. We don't need that. Okay, so let's look at the one that I didn't print out properly, because we have to watch that here. That's unfortunate. Lightning strike caused theme park inferno. This could be the death that we've heard about. Initially thought to be sabotage, police now say the blaze that killed 2 British nationals was the result of freak weather. By Nigel Pollock. In the small hours of August 10th, 1992, a devastating fire broke out at the Dunkelschloss theme park in Germany. Despite its remote location in the Black Forest, emergency services were able to respond before the fire spread to the surrounding woodland, but were too late to save the Slavic folktale-themed section of the park known as Baba Yaga Land. More chilling yet, the bodies of 2 elderly British nationals were discovered in a subterranean utility corridor beneath horror-themed ride Koshai the Deathless. Showing signs of smoke inhalation, the couple appeared to have attempted to escape the inferno by gaining access to the passage, but fell down the vertical shaft into the corridor and died from the impact. Okay, August 10, 1992, at Dunkelschloss, which we've heard of. We have a fire at Baba Yaga Land. And then we have 2 British nationals, a couple, who died. Questions raised, arson suspected. The victims were soon identified as the managing director of Dunkelschloss, Hilda Peterson, and Timothy Jenkins, who we know that Ralph and Grog used to work for. So it's seeming more and more like these 2 were killed, and it made to look like an accident. Part of the Pan-European Wizard Entertainment Group that includes Beluga Paradiso, Pisa, Les Donjons d'Antoine, Paris, Snowland, Stockholm, and Tierra Castillos, Valencia. Okay, so this is, if you'll remember, these are all places we saw on the lorry transport. Right? It's all this. It's Wizard Entertainment. These are all Beluga Paradiso, Snowland, Stockholm, etc. So that's part of the group here that they're talking about. The victim's presence late at night in the bowels of a Dunkelschloss ride immediately raised questions, and leaked reports coming from the park suggested incendiary devices and bullet casings had been found on site. A later report indicated that while Hilda Peterson and Timothy Jenkins had died of blunt force trauma, they had also been shot. Black Forest Police insist that such reports did not come from official sources and have no basis in fact, but are the result of gossip and rumor from uninformed members of the public. Newly released forensic reports make no reference to acts of violence or sabotage. Instead, they detail how the lightning rod on the turret of Koshai the Deathless was knocked out by high winds, and a subsequent lightning strike traveled through the wiring and pipes along the ride track and ventilation systems and melted a hole in the wall of a major gas pipe, allowing gas to escape and ignite. Controversially, the areas of the park untouched by fire damage reopened to the public shortly after the blaze at the behest of the remaining Wizard directors. Although in the months following, a decision was made to close Dunkelschloss gates forever. All rides and fixtures were dismantled and shipped abroad, and the site now stands empty. And last week, the investigation into the origin of the fire was ruled a freak act of nature and brought to a close. For the evening of the 10th of August, the Black Forest Weather Bureau reported a mostly clear night with dry conditions and temperatures in the seasonal average. So we think that we're looking at the murder of the previous owners of Dunkelschloss, and that Ralph and Grog may have been hired to dispose of some evidence or something. Very interesting. And then they made it all look like an accident in the small hours. Okay. This is the news article. All right. I won't print that out. I'll worry about downloading in case we want to print it out later. Okay. Now, let's go to our other documents here. Maybe this is a good time to take a break first. Why don't we take a break? I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I'm just having a piece of homemade sourdough bread with caraway seeds. My best bread I've made so far. Okay. Back to the case. Here is the next document that's on Davina's computer. It's a contract with Airwaves Co., the DJ company that we know our investigative reporter works for. And we were told to find out, like someone said, why is he still working at the park when he's been banned? So we know that this guy who calls himself Bob, working at the park as a DJ in a frog mask, is really Paul Baker, who used to be a co-host of the podcast with the detective, but he's been banned from the park by management. And this may be a little bit of a clue to how he got back into the park. It looks to me, well, let's take a look at it. Here's Airwaves Co. DJs. He's made an arrangement with Mockery Manor. Purchaser, herein referred to DJ. They're going to engage to perform DJing at Mockery Manor Spooky Nights Disco. Musical entertainment. But now look here. The DJ service shall be divided between the below contracted personnel, Dave Herbert and Bob Hancock. So Bob Hancock is the alias that this guy is going under. Dave is his worker who also does DJing. So a little bit of a clue here, maybe, that Dave works Wednesdays and Fridays and Bob works Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. They've engaged them for the entire month of October, starting at 8 every night, ending at 1 a.m. every night. That's all what we expected. It's been paid. And the contract has been signed by Owen. Owen Allen Llewellyn. Let's remember we have his full name here. Owen Allen Llewellyn. Now, I think perhaps the only thing that's significant, except maybe for these days of the week, may just be the fact that they don't know that this guy is Paul Baker. So maybe he just doesn't know that he's hired the guy that's been banned. We also don't know why Bob Hancock, aka Paul Baker, has fired Dave, but he lied about why he fired him. But if it turns out that Owen should have known him by face, then maybe we should be suspicious. But from this contract, it looks like he didn't know who he hired. Okay, here is another copy of the article. I've just printed it out properly so it fits on one page if we need to refer to it. I guess there are a couple of parts here that we care about who the two people that were killed, Jenkins. They were killed underground. That is interesting. We care about the date. Okay. The next document we want to look at is the staff interview note. Okay, let's take a look at these. What is there to figure out here? Confidential, not for public consumption. Candidate 1, previous experience. 1995, 1997, 3 summers, 3 winters. Robbery, did time. So checkered past. Now remember, someone suggested to us, I forget who, that Mockery Manor likes hiring people with a past so that they could use it against them. So here's someone wants a security role. They did time for robbery in Burnley. Remember that Burnley is where Grog and Ralph seem to come from because they mentioned Barm, or at least Ralph. So this person wants a security job. That's not Ralph. At least that's not where Ralph got his job. 95, 97. That's not Ralph. We're looking for someone who worked at the park in 92. Big muscly presence would act as a deterrent, but he has a temper. Deny request. Did good work as mascot. Give him something similar. Oh, maybe this is him because maybe Ralph wanted... No, we're told Ralph is small. This is not Ralph. Big and muscly. Okay, 95, 98. This probably isn't our guy. We want someone who was working in 92. I wonder if this is the person we want. Did time in HMPB, which is probably Burnley. No resentment against Mockery. Trustworthy, compassionate, discreet, stoic. Carries a heavy burden of guilt and shame. Ready for leadership. Give him a team. This is Ralph. This is everything about Ralph. We know Ralph was the team leader. Give him a team and a dormitory with problem staff members. Ask him to keep tabs on them. That's Jennifer. This is Ralph. This is Ralph. All right, let's just look at the rest of these in case... Could this be Grog? Give him something similar. What does Grog do? I'm trying to remember now. Where's our card on Grog? We know Grog is friends with Ralph. Grog worked in Mockery in the past. Friends with Ralph. From Burnley. I wonder if this isn't Grog. Okay, let's see. Who else is this? Driving without a license, scare actor, team leaders, what they wanted. Pain in the ass, complains endlessly, deny requests, but she's young. Always a pain in the ass once. She's obsessed with roller coasters, wants a future in theme parks. Is this Jennifer? Put her with the capable team leader of Ralph. Give him a team and a dormitory. If we look at Ralph's dormitory, it's this one here. Owen, Simon, Grog, Luke, Walter, and Ralph. No Jennifer in here, though. I guess it makes sense. She's in a woman's dormitory. Let's continue. Checkered past, no. Requested a role anywhere. Smart, reliable, good with difficult personalities. Placing park guests. Placating park desk. Team leader? Question mark. Conductor? Question mark. Could handle extra responsibility. We heard about someone with 3 winters. Who is that? We heard someone has been here 3 times. It was either Ash or Simone. I'm thinking... We were told someone was there for 3 years. Does anyone remember who that was? Whether it was Jennifer, Simone, or Ash. I hope we wrote it down. Ralph is in his 40s, 5'3", missing a finger. Okay, Simone, Grog. Not even sure I wrote it down. Someone told us for sure that they had been in the park 3 years. I think it might have been Ash. Us. And it might be on our restaurant menu notes. I don't see it here. Maybe the chat remembers. No, the chat doesn't seem to be helping. Someone, I believe it might be Ash. Where would she have written that? Oh, it's too bad because I remember someone 4 summers, 3 winters. Might be Ash. Claytonville. Well, that should tell us who this is. Trespassing. DJ wants a sexy role to impress the ladies. Keep him away from guests. Gossipy, vindictive, obsessive, spreads rumors, stirs the pots, needs a leash. Get R to keep an eye on him. This is Walter. Walter's the one who used to work in Claytonville. Let's see. Choreographed Cowboys on Ice. This is this is going to be Owen. He wants a drama job, greater creative control. Do not give him greater control. He lost that privilege when he debuted Arseless Chaps at a family ice show. Absolutely no firing privileges. Man's a dictator in waiting. If he creates excess paperwork, do not renew his contract. This is Owen. Okay, so we know Ralph, Owen, Walter. This is surely Jennifer. This is, I think, Grog. Although I wish I was sure about what Grog did. And then the only question here is who worked 3 things. I think this was, it's either Ash or Simone. I wish I could remember which. I suppose we could re-listen to her interview if we thought that was important at some point. I think I know where to find it. The interviews too. If we went here, oops, no. I think there is Ash talking about herself. All right, let's just quickly listen to Miss Ash talking about herself. It could be Ash or Simone, one of those. I'd like to know which.
In the days leading up to his disappearance, Ralph argued with everyone. Hey, Ralph! Oh, sorry. Didn't know you were with someone.
It's all right, Pet. We'd finished.
Had we? I don't think so, mate.
What's going on?
None of your beeswax. Think about what I said, Ralph. Remember, they owe ya.
What did he want?
Nothing.
Ralph and Grog. Something ties those two together. There was that one time. I was taking a break, hiding behind Baba Yaga's fried chicken hut.
This is where she
And I
hears
heard them talking to some guy.
Bob, the
I
reporter,
got your
frog
message.
guy.
What do you want?
Who's this?
I'm just there for emotional support.
He saw your note. I couldn't stop
We
it.
look out for each other. So tell me, Blondie, what do you want from my partner?
Information.
No, don't like this. Let's go.
Wait! I know you used to drive for Mockery and went to...
Calm down, Grog.
Do not talk to us again. Do not look at us again. Our business is not your business. If I see you around, I'm going to superglue that frog mask to your smarmy little face. Got it?
And when we were in rehearsals before the season started, the entertainment director was obsessed with Ralph.
Stop the music!
I guess she's
You're
not going
playing
to talk
an
about being
alien
there for 2
child,
years.
Ralph. You have to be light on your feet.
This
Move
guy. This guy's crazy. So, Mrs. Simone.
But she really hates Ralph.
Can I have a quick word, Jen? In
Oh,
private.
Jennifer.
In here.
Oh, this is where he accuses her of not doing her job. This is Walter.
On the key cabinet, and you will pay for
Let's
that.
rewind this actually, because we need to know when this party was. Because we're told 3 people went
If I
into
don't.
her cabinet
And then the
during the
personnel
party.
manager came in.
All right, party's over. Someone's been going through my stuff again. Who was it? Because you're in big flippin' trouble. And whoever it was broke the lock on the key cabinet, and you will pay for that. Mark my words, I'll find you. I'm after you, and I'm fast like a weasel.
So I think she's come out and said someone broke the lock on the key cabinet, and then 3 people have gone in and out, possibly stealing different keys. All right, let's see if it's Simone who says she's worked there 3 years.
Do you really think something's happened to Ralph? Well, do you think he'd just up and leave without saying anything to either of us? No, but maybe his mum's in the hospital and he had to go be with her or something like that.
Both his parents are dead.
An old friend, then?
He doesn't have any friends outside Mockery. He doesn't have anyone.
That's not true. He has you. And me.
Except you've been avoiding him. Don't deny it, Simone.
Ugh.
Why? What changed? You heard he'd been to prison, is that it?
Come on, Ash. Give me some credit. I don't listen to lake house gossip. And besides, Ralph told me about his past ages ago. It didn't bother me then, and it doesn't bother me now.
You already knew?
Yeah. We worked on the same ride a couple of years ago when that murder happened in Claytonville. It was a weird time. We got close, shared secrets, swore a...
Can we point out something? There's a murder in Claytonville. That is not the Dunkelschloss murder. Murder in Claytonville. And we've got a time estimate.
Yeah. We worked on the same ride a couple of years ago when that murder happened in Claytonville.
So in Claytonville, couple of years before 1998. That's a different murder than the fire. Just remember that.
It was a weird time. We got close, shared secrets, swore a blood oath, you know, the usual. And then we both joined Puzzle Club, and that was it. Friends for life.
Puzzle Club?
We do cipher wheels, Rosicrucian code, Morse. It's fun. It runs over the summer. Davina set it up years ago. She had something to do with cryptology during the Cold War.
She did?
Yeah. I'm surprised she's allowed to talk about it.
Who else was in Puzzle Club? Anyone I know?
Walter would pop in when we did logic puzzles, but he couldn't get his head round it. Grog came in a couple of times.
Grog?
He didn't stay long. He thinks he's too cool for Puzzle Club.
So Grog's worked at Mockery before? Doesn't seem to like it much here. Why would he come back?
Dunno. So, did Ralph tell you he'd been inside, or did you find out the same time everyone else did?
He told me. But he told me not to tell anyone, because he didn't want them to treat him differently.
And then everyone found out, and guess what? Everyone treated him differently. I wonder how they all found out. You still haven't told me why you're avoiding Ralph. Ash, it's private. Is it because of your sister? She hates him, doesn't she? Yeah. But I don't let her dictate who I'm allowed to be friends with. We're not talking at the moment anyway. So even if she wanted to tell me what to do and who to speak to, she can't, because she thinks the first one to speak
All right, this
loses.
is not the mention of the 2 years.
Doesn't
We're
stop her
just
from
not
leaving
going to
notes on my
find
pillow,
that. Maybe
though.
we'll stumble on it
What's the
later. It
argument
doesn't seem
about?
important.
Ash, it's
This is where
private.
she says she asked him out, etc.
Okay, fine. If you
Okay, we don't need to know any of that. So we've identified most of the people here in these interviews. These could be people that are on Ralph's team, so it could be Simon. We've got Simon and Simone. That's very confusing. But those are different people, right? Because in the dorm with Ralph is someone named Simon. With glasses, it says Simon Bettesworth, but he's not even on our suspect list. That's different than Simone. Simon and Simone are different people. Just keep that in mind. All right, let's look at our next document here that we've got access to. Next document is the walkie-talkie frequencies. Now, we think that someone, maybe Walter, has been listening in on people. And this mentions a couple of frequencies, right? This says that from the handbook, this says that the emergency cleaner is on frequency 3. Manager on duty is frequency 1. Did I just write that down wrong? No, that is a 2. Why did I write down 3? Because of my bad eyes. Okay, emergency cleaner is frequency 2. Manager on duty is 1. First aid is 098. And security is 099. And there's this more conversation about the codes. Okay, so that's what we got from the actor handbook. But it seems like now we've got a new sheet of information. What have we got? Every walkie-talkie. What frequency it should be on, who it was allocated to, and when it was issued. Now remember, here is the one that was stolen. These are spares. Wow, let's... So we're told a little bit about the ranges here. Standard walkie-talkies have limited range, the radius of each land. So the normal walkie-talkies, not the full range ones, whatever land they're in, Dreamland, Roseland, that's its range. The on-duty manager's security and emergency cleaner, which is the 1 to on-duty manager, security, emergency cleaner. On-duty manager is 1. Cleaner is 2. Security is 99. Okay, so these are long range. Long range. Long range. Long range. Okay, but the first aid is not long range? First aid responder doesn't seem to be long range. Security, emergency, and duty managers. First aid. Okay. All right, so let's take a look here. Manager on duty gets a full range. Thing is on frequency 1. Emergency cleaner, full range on frequency 2. Okay, this is all consistent with this book. Then we have a bunch of first aid people and where they patrol. So for at Roswell, this would be Ralph. He's the team leader at Roswell. Here's Davina. She gets a lake house one. And here's Jess. Well, I don't think we know who that is. She's at Gunga Din's. I guess we talked to her a bit. And then ticket booth main entrance gets another one. Okay, now security. These have full range. There's 1 that mans the security at the gate and 2 that roam around the park. Okay, we're not told who holds that job. But maybe one of these is Grog. I'm not sure. I might have to look at him again to see what he does. Okay, and then we've got the team leader for Lord whatever he is, one of the attractions. The peripatetic mad scientist, peripatetic zombie, a conductor, which is someone who leads people around. They've got normal things. Okay, and then here's the one that was stolen. BUFC. Now we think that's at Gunga Din, right? Isn't that where we heard? That's not there. It's here. BFC. There it is. BFC. That's the Gunga Din. Baba Yaga. Sorry, not Gunga Din. Baba Yaga's Fried Chicken Hut. BFC. Okay, this is the one that was stolen at location 28. And we sort of know when that was. But now we're told, why is it doing that? Now we're told the date. Stolen, issued in September, stolen on October 21st. Reissued as NC20. I think that's right. So reissued as NC20 on October 22nd to BFC. And then we've got miscellaneous stuff and miscellaneous. So what does that tell us? Well, it should have been on frequency 7, but is it fixed? Does it have to stay on frequency 7? The main thing, I guess, that we've learned from this is that the stolen walkie-talkie is a short range, not a long-range walkie-talkie. We know Walter has a long-range walkie-talkie. I'm not sure what else we learned from this. Any observations? Any observations about this that I haven't made? Basically, we've just learned when it was stolen, that it was reissued. When it was reissued, though, it's on a different frequency. If they're fixed, then this person only has frequency 7. Assuming they can be switched, though, they could have anything. The other piece of information we have is just about the ranges of the walkie-talkies. Okay. I guess that's it for what we've learned from these documents. Not a whole lot, or at least not a lot that we know what to do with at this point. We don't need this. All right, so I think it's time to move along then. So the only thing left to do on this page is to proceed. And when we do that, we get access to 3 more interviews. So we're going to go listen to these interviews now. Let's get our notes ready. So we're going to start with another follow-up interview with Simone.
Simone, how was badminton? Badminton? What do you mean? Oh, yes, badminton. It was good, thanks. Really good game. Love badminton. Me played with a Carl. Yeah, you don't know him. Great player.
Simone, I spoke to the guest in the nurse's outfit.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. She said on the night Ralph went missing, she was on the 10 o'clock Spooky Nights trail tour, and she got left in the...
Okay, fine. I admit it. I did a bad thing. Mea culpa. Is that what you want to hear? I left a guest in the woods, but it was an accident.
What happened?
I don't know. I screwed up. I'm supposed to do a guest head count when we exit the woods, and I just forgot. I didn't realize she was gone until I was giving the final speech outside Dreamland.
What did you do?
I went back to look for her. I know. I should have radioed management.
But you didn't want to get in trouble.
I thought I could just sort it out myself. I thought I just need to find her. No one needs to know. So I unlocked the gate and went back in. I spent like 20 minutes calling for her, quietly, because I knew Ralph would be resetting props and I didn't want him to know.
Simone, he would have helped you look.
I was embarrassed, okay?
Did you find her?
No. But I didn't need to in the end. I was about to give up and radio for help when I heard Ralph's voice. I was too far away to hear what he was saying, but I assumed he'd found the nurse, so I thought, well, it's too late now. He knows. I might as well join him and fess up. But then I heard the clang of the gate.
Which gate?
The one on the Roswell side, I think. I thought Ralph must have taken her out of the woods, so I just left.
You didn't radio him to check?
No. I know, but I was already late for the final tour of the night, and I had to get back to the train. Oh, I should have checked. And now Ralph is missing, and I was right there. Whatever happened, I could have stopped it if I don't know.
It's okay, Simone, it's okay. But you need to tell management what you told me. You can't keep this a secret.
I already told Davina.
You did? When?
A couple of hours ago. I couldn't take the guilt. And I need to know what happened. Where is he? Who was he talking to? Who went through the gate? Ash, maybe if we work together, we can find out what happened. Let me help. Please?
I don't know, Simone.
Why not? Do you think I had something to do with it?
No, I need to think.
Interesting. The nurse goes missing. She hears Ralph talking to someone. She doesn't know who. She assumes he found the nurse. The Roswell gate she hears clang. This one here. And I don't know if that means it closed, but it's probably left unlocked. We heard it was left unlocked. And then a couple hours ago, she told Davina. Interesting. All right, let's see what we have here. More interviews with staff. DJ says, I don't understand the frequencies. If only one is on 7, who are they talking to? Okay, I think it's like this. They're not locked in. Just as the instructions say, hey, if you need to talk to emergency, you tune to that. So essentially, I think what we're to understand is this is their home frequencies. So these guys are listening. Think of these as what they listen in under. But they can turn and try to talk to someone, anyone else. So they all have their individual frequencies, but if they need to turn to security, they dial 99 and they talk to 99. So you tune to the one you want to talk to. So this is your home frequency, but you can actually talk to anyone on any frequency. Okay, and then looks like there's some comment about buffering issue and you refreshed. Yeah, I think it's probably a good strategy in general to refresh after each break. Just refresh the page and catch up. All right, let's see. Let's listen to this Frankenstein staff.
My name is Antonio, but you may call me Signor Antonio. I am a security guard. I cover the whole park. You want to know about last night? A very typical evening, Jays. Loss of screaming, a flashlight lost to Mr. Leaf, a glove incident, 3 tickets to Ouchieville. But you know, when everyone is covered in fake blood, it's very hard to see what is an emergency and what isn't. Ah, I can tell you some red-hot park gossip if you like. Senor Antonio sees everything, eh? For instance, every night, the sexy alien lady dumps her tray in the bushes and rides the roller coasters again and again. I do not tell anyone because I was not put on this earth to ruin anyone's fun. Except for the people I throw out of the park, of course. Oh, more hot gossip. Have you seen the guest who comes alone to the park every night, dressed as a sexy nurse? I think I know why she comes so much.
Oh?
She is in love. Not with one person, but with 2. The
two?
Sexy manager, who is very worried all the time, and the tall sexy manager with the great teeth. I have seen...
What? She loves 2 people? This nurse is getting fishy. Let's rewind this a bit.
He is in love. Not with one person, but with 2. The sexy manager, who is very worried all the time, and the tall sexy manager with the great teeth. I have seen the sexy
manager who is always worried, and the sexy manager, tall, great teeth.
nurse follow them around the park many times. Very sexy. And a little sinister, eh?
Is this recording? Oh, sorry, was that a bit close? Hello, Ash. You know me as Daddy. But of course my real name is Simon, as you know.
Simon.
Ooh, did you hear that? My stomach's not right yet. Give me your tape recorder, listen to this. Grog might have to replace me again tonight. He won't like that. Davina had to force him to step in last time. I think it's because he can do whatever he wants as a peripatetic. He can have as many breaks as he pleases. No supervision. Oh, I gotta go.
Stefan Passmore, podium dancer at the Spooky Nights Disco.
Steffi, same.
Heather, same.
We work Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays and half-price nights. Whenever it's busy, basically. But we only ever see the inside of the disco, so I doubt we can help.
Can't believe someone's gone missing in the woods and they haven't told the police yet.
Yeah, it's
Give us
shocking.
an alibi
There's
for
something
Bob.
wrong with this place.
You guys have heard about the murders, right? Someone got murdered right here where we're standing 10 years ago today.
I can't believe I'm dancing in hot pants over someone's grave.
I don't think they buried them here, Seffi.
No, but they don't need to have buried them for it to be haunted.
I wouldn't worry. Music will scare any ghosts away. Oh my goodness, those DJs are dreadful.
Yeah, and they never take their masks off, have you noticed?
I actually asked one of them about that. Yeah, I spoke to the one who works on Fridays.
Really? I've literally never heard him speak. He's really shy.
Yeah, he never talks to us, but I basically cornered him. So he said when he's inside Dreamland, he has to remain in costume at all times because it looks more professional.
If he was professional, he'd pay more attention to what he's playing. Last night, we had to dance to 5 of the same songs, twice.
I think he must have downed a load of shots when he went on break and forgotten what songs he'd already played. He just doesn't care about his job. He barely moves when he's DJing, not so much as a wiggle. Absolutely no rhythm, no soul, and no music in that man's veins whatsoever.
It was horrible. No one should have to dance to a trance remix of the Monster Mash more than once.
Sounds like we're getting sort of maybe an alibi for Bob, is my guess. Let's look at the Friday. She says they talk to the Friday one who insists on wearing his mask. That's going to be Bob, right? No, it's Dave. Huh. Because Dave is happy to take off his mask. We've seen him with his mask off here. Dave doesn't mind taking his mask off, but Bob never takes it off. But here we're told that Dave works Fridays, so that's a little confusing. And then they're told that the DJ was drunk. And it says the Antonio talking about the sexy nurse following the 2 managers is not doing it because she's in love. Yeah, because we think she's in love with Owen. So I think the sexy nurse may be the key to all this. Nelson says maybe he left the music on repeat while he went and did something else. Interesting. She discards her trays. That's why she's not selling enough. There was a clue about someone finding a flashlight. Mr. Leaf found a flashlight. This was at the gate. I'm not sure where this was. Let's talk to the other staff here. The witch staff. So I guess the first staff were the staff at Roswell and the gate. Okay, and the disco. And now we're looking at different staff.
My name's Jessica Davenport. Call me Jess. I run the Gunga Din Din Sound of Light show on the Spooky Trail. Have you seen it? Most of the restaurant is closed to the public, except for the foyer. That's where the magic happens. The conductor ushers the group inside, and then bang! The door slams shut behind them, and the lights go out. And then a spotlight, bam, on me and my humble market stall. I play a mysterious woman selling potions and l'objets mystérieux. Every time I point to, say, a bottle, or a cursed necklace, or a curly shoe, I secretly press a lever with my foot, and the object lights up, and everyone's like, oh, ah!
Pretend
And for the finale, it's audience participation time. I get someone to rub my lamp, and a pre-recorded voice booms, "Who disturbs my sleep?" And there's smoke and lights, and the voice goes, "Begone from this place!" And the double doors slam open, and the conductor is like, "Quick, everybody out!" And they all run outside. Sorry, that's not what you asked, is it? No, I didn't see anything weird last night. Who's Ralph again? Oh, wait, no. There was something strange. I was skipped. I only did 5 scenes. No explanation why.
Eric Michaels. I'm a warlock, and I assist the 3 weird sisters of the Macbeth experience. Normal night last night, except for the cleaner having a right go at me. Silly little Burke. We finished our scene, and the conductor was guiding the tour away when the cleaner comes storming up to us. "Where is it then?" he says. "I've been looking all over the village for the last 10 minutes, and I can't see anything." And we're like, "See what? What are you talking about?" And he's like, "Someone radioed about a smooth yogurt incident in multiple spots around the village." And we were like, "Blimey, is there?" He's going on and on, you know how much he talks. And he was like, "Who's the team leader? Let me talk to the team leader." So apparently someone pretending to be our team leader radioed in a report that a guest was really drunk and was staggering around the village, exploding everywhere. Cleaners going, "They said it's all over the wishing well in front of the inn by the toilet block, but I get here and I can't see anything at all. Is this a joke? Is this a prank?" And I was like, "Dunno, mate. Let's go look, shall we?" So me and this little twerp of a cleaner go round the village together, and there's nothing. One of the guests pushed a bin over, so he stayed to clean that up, but otherwise, there was a prank, I guess. Weird.
All right, just confirmation of stuff we already know. Walter came because there was a fake call, and we thought maybe someone had called him over to get him away from someplace. So it's here. He says he got called over to the witches at 10:46, right when our guy went missing. And when he gets there, they say, "We didn't call you," and no one got sick here. So that just seems to be confirmation about that. And then I think when we talked to this woman, she said, there was something strange. I was skipped. So she's spot C on the trail. But I think Simone, that's the Gunga Din. Simone said she had to skip the Gunga Din to get back in time. I'm just a little bit confused. If the person got lost in Roswell, wouldn't she have to make up time after that? Maybe she's talking about her next trip. She skipped C, but that tie-in about she was skipped, her act was skipped, I think matches what Simone said. I had to skip Gunga Din to catch up. I'm just a little bit confused why you would skip it early in the trail if this person doesn't get lost until out here. All right, well, let's see what's on this next page. What the heck? What's this? Is this the music that the DJ was playing? It's got a little Winamp icon. All right, let's listen. Mate, can we click these? No, you can't click these bottom ones. All right, so I guess we're gonna listen to, I don't know, maybe DJ. I'm gonna click this big link here. Maybe we're gonna, what's happening? Okay, I'm gonna click this one.
I did what you asked me to, Senorita Ash. I discovered it was Senor Gustavo who was the guard on the staff gate that night, and he told me. Not a lot. Mostly he spoke of the graphic novel he's writing. It's a psychosexual exploration of the werewolf myth. So yes, his mind is not on the job. I don't think he even checks security passes. Just waves any Tom, Dick, or Harry in. Sorry, not very helpful, I know.
Thanks anyway, Antonio.
It is interesting, is it not? How management have not told any of the security guards that someone is missing.
I don't think they want anyone to know.
Hello? Security! Hello? Someone, please!
Hello, Jess. This is me, security.
Wait, is that...
you have to help me! I'm being abducted!
Oh my god! Is that Ralph?
It's Ralph?
Your friend?
My name is Ralph Teller.
Oh.
I'm a team leader for the Roswell spook scene, and 2 nights ago I was taken by force.
He's alive!
What?
Give me that. Ralph, it's me, Ash.
Ash?
Where are you? Where have you been?
Ash! Oh, God, it's so good to hear your voice. I don't know where I am. I'm in a cage in a room.
What can you see?
Nothing. Walls, a door, there's some kind of generator, I think.
Is there a window?
Yeah, but it's tiny. It's too high up on the wall. I can't see anything, just a bit of sky.
If he is using a walkie-talkie, he is in the park.
Ralph, who did this? Who took you?
I don't know. I haven't seen them.
Are they there? Are they near?
I hope not. He is basically shouting.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Ralph, tell me what happened.
Jess, it will help us figure out where you are. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. So, Ash, when you and the guys left to sell merch, I was resetting the smoke machine, and my walkie-talkie went off. It was them, the kidnapper. They pretended to be hurt. They said they needed help.
What did they sound like?
Strange. They had this voice, like a cartoon character, like, help, help, first aid. That's what they said. And I'm a first aid responder, so obviously I was like, hello, yes, what do you need? They said they were a security guard.
Uh-oh.
And they were injured and stuck in one of the utility corridors. Do you know about the underground utility corridors?
Sure do.
What were they doing down there?
They said they'd seen some bloke open the hatch on the edge of Roswell and go down, and they followed him, told him he had to come out, and this mystery fella turned round and stabbed him.
Oh my god!
It was a lie, of course, but I didn't know that, so I was like, I'll call the police. And they said, no, don't. I've already done it. An ambulance is on its way, but I need someone to help me stop the bleeding. Please, hurry. So I did. I went into the tunnels. He said he was at the junction where the Roswell and Dreamland tunnels meet. So I went there, and it was gloomy, but I could see there was no one on the floor. I think he was hiding behind a corner. I was calling out for him when this wet pillowcase gets pulled over my head. It stank, some sort of chemical. It was tight around my neck. Someone was pulling it from behind. I struggled, but I felt weak, sick, dizzy, and my throat hurt. I passed out. When I woke up, it was pitch dark. I felt like the ground was shaking. I realised I still had the bag over my head, so I reached out. I could feel chicken wire. And then there was a beeping noise. Some kind of lift. I passed out again and woke up in this room. No one else was here, just me. But my walkie-talkie was gaffer taped to the wall, and then it crackled into life and they spoke to me for hours. That's how we communicate, walkie-talkie. That's why I don't know what they look like.
Interesting.
And now you talk to us through the same walkie-talkie?
Yeah, I realised if I rock backwards and forwards, I can shunt my cage over to the wall. And earlier,
Hang on.
I managed to reach through the chicken wire to the buttons of the walkie-talkie.
Ralph, shut up for a few seconds.
That's not very nice. I thought you wanted to know what happened.
Shh. I can hear music in the background. If you can figure out what it is, we can pinpoint your location.
Oh, right. Yeah. What do you think? Ring any bells?
Ralph, I must ask, why were you specifically targeted? What have they said to you?
They always stick to the same subject. They just keep saying over and over again, oh no, did you hear that? They're back.
Oh.
Ash, I gotta go.
No.
If they find out I've been talking to you.
Oh.
Now that is some hot gossip. Blimey.
We have to find him. And quickly, before something...
Oh, that's my watch alarm. Lunchtime.
Lunchtime?
I get migraines if I don't eat at the same time every day. I am no help at all when I am like that. But good luck finding Ralph, yeah? I will come help afterwards.
But I could really use your help.
You can do it. I believe in you. Let me know how it goes.
Oh. Okay. I need to listen to that tune again and figure out where Ralph is.
How cool was that? We may need to listen to that again, but I guess the idea is here we could play these songs in the different areas and see if we can match the one that matched what we heard. So let's listen to this one. That's not what we heard. So I guess he's not in Roswell. What about the witch? No? Okay, was it the main gate welcome music? Oh, sweet. Okay, was it vampire music we heard? No, close, but no. Was it the Heart of Darkness music we heard? No. Well, close, but no. Was it the In Polka music we heard? No. So these are all the music they play in different areas of the park and that we heard some of. Okay. Was it Mummy Attack music? Well, was it Gunga Sound and Light that we heard? No. So if it was none of these, we don't know exactly where he is, but I guess we can eliminate places. Okay. That is so cool. All right, let's see. Music. Eliminate. We can listen to it again in case you've forgotten, but it was like a little light bell. So we're eliminating Roswell, and we're eliminating the witches. They're around here. That's 6. Roswell is around wherever they're broadcasting that music. Maybe you can see where the music broadcasts from. Not really. Okay. We can eliminate the main gate. Music here. Vampire music we can eliminate. Where is vampire? I think the vampire is the Count. Count Cracula. Where is he? I think that might be here. 21 is Queen and McCracken's meet and greet. That's not it. Where are the vampires? I'm not sure where the vampires are. Maybe they're in Dreamland. Okay, we can eliminate Heart of Darkness. You know where I think... I wonder if it's this. Count Cracula invites you to enjoy Mockery Manor's thrilling, chilling attractions. Well, let's write these and then we'll see if we can be in Polka. And then the mummy attack. Okay, the mummy attack is sure here at 26. Or 27. What's 27? The needle. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing one. Oh, Gunga, sound and light. Okay, that's this one here, 16. So, vampires are at location D. And the mummies at E. So vampires are at D. They're by the manor. Vampires are at D. Maybe these are all matching up with the main gate is at position A. The mummy attack is 26, but it's also E. Roswell, well, that could be stop F. Gunga is stop C. Where is the inn and polka? Any thoughts on that? Are they up here? Is that at 18? 18 is Prince Philip Carousel. Closed for October. That's interesting. Heart of Darkness River Adventure is at 14. Oh my god, how cool is that we're finally starting to use this. Heart of Darkness is at 14. Okay, let's look at this now. In fact, we can use this. All right, we're still looking for the inn polka. Let's see. I wonder if it's Ye Old Mockery Inn. Let's look, keep looking. Shooting Gallery, Heart of Darkness. Fantasyland is closed. I guess that doesn't mean they couldn't be doing anything there. Roswell. Dreamland. Curse of the Were Mummy, the Needle, the Chicken Hut, the Glass Elevator. He heard something ring and take him up. Maze, Dream Streets, and the Spooky. Okay, so I think our Polka Inn is very likely here at number 3. Anne says, we heard music during the interviews and the Ralph one sounded familiar to me. Oh boy, well, that's tricky. If you're right, finding that might be tricky. Okay, let's just mark, if this is at the inn, then the inn polka would be 3. Okay. So you could ask what's missing from here, but it's hard to know how fine-grained it is. But Fantasyland is supposed to be closed. It kind of sounded like carousel music to me, actually, that we just heard. So I wonder if it's not carousel. Let's listen to Ralph's thing again. Let's listen to Ralph's thing again.
I did what you asked me to, Senorita Ash. I discovered it was Senor Gustavo who was the guard on the staff gate that night. And he told me. Not a lot. Mostly he spoke of the graphic novel he's writing. It's a psychosexual exploration of the werewolf myth. So yes, His mind is not on the job. I don't think he even checks security passes. Just waves any Tom, Dick, or Harry in.
Gustavo's at the gate.
Sorry, not very helpful, I know.
Thanks anyway, Antonio.
It is interesting, is it not? How management have not told any of the security guards that someone is missing.
I don't think they want anyone to know.
Hello? Security! Hello?
Oh,
Someone, please!
Hello, Jess. This is me, security.
Wait, is that...
you have to help me! I'm being abducted!
Oh my god! Is that Ralph?
Your friend?
My name is Ralph Teller. I'm a team leader for the Roswell spook scene, and 2 nights ago I was taken by force.
He's alive! Give me that. Ralph, it's me, Ash!
Ash?
Where are you? Where have you been?
Ash! Oh, God, it's so good to hear your voice. I don't know where I am. I'm in a cage in a room.
What can you see?
Nothing. Walls, a door, there's some kind of generator, I think.
Is there a window?
Yeah, but it's tiny. It's too high up on the wall. I can't see anything, just a bit of sky.
If he is using a walkie-talkie, he is in the park.
Ralph, who did this? Who took you?
I don't know. I haven't seen them.
Are they there? Are they near?
I hope not. He is basically shouting.
Are you okay? Did they hurt you?
I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm okay.
Ralph, tell me what happened.
Jess, it will help us figure out where you are. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. So, Ash, when you and the guys left to sell merch, I was resetting the smoke machine, and my walkie-talkie went off. It was them, the kidnapper. They pretended to be hurt. They said they needed help.
What did they sound like?
Strange. They had this voice, like a cartoon character, like, help, help, first aid. That's what they said. And I'm a first aid responder, so obviously I was like, hello, yes, what do you need? They said they were a security guard.
Uh-oh.
And they were injured and stuck in one of the utility corridors. Do you know about the underground utility corridors?
Sure do.
What were they doing down there?
They said they'd seen some bloke open the hatch on the edge of Roswell and go down, and they followed him, told him he had to come out, and this mystery fella turned round and stabbed him.
Oh my god!
It was a lie, of course, but I didn't know that, so I was like, I'll call the police. And they said, no, don't. I've already done it. An ambulance is on its way, but I need someone to help me stop the bleeding. Please, hurry. So I did. I went into the tunnels. He said he was at the junction where the Roswell and Dreamland tunnels meet. So I went there, and it was gloomy, but I could see there was no one on the floor. I think he was hiding behind a corner. I was calling out for him when this wet pillowcase gets pulled over my head. It stank, some sort of chemical. It was tight around my neck. Someone was pulling it from behind. I struggled, but I felt weak, sick, dizzy, and my throat hurt. I passed out. When I woke up, it was pitch dark. I felt like the ground was shaking. I realised I still had the bag over my head, so I reached out. I could feel chicken wire. And then there was a beeping noise. Some kind of lift. I passed out again and woke up in this room. No one else was here, just me. But my walkie-talkie was gaffer taped to the wall, and then it crackled into life and they spoke to me for hours. That's how we communicate, walkie-talkie. That's why I don't know what they look like.
Interesting.
And now you talk to us through the same walkie-talkie?
Yeah, I realised if I rock backwards and forwards, I can shunt my cage over to the wall. And earlier,
hang on.
I managed to reach through the chicken wire to the buttons of the walkie-talkie.
Ralph, shut up for a few seconds.
That's not very nice. I thought you wanted to know what happened.
Shh! I can hear music in the background. If we can figure out what it is, we can pinpoint your location.
Oh, right. Yeah. What do you think? Ring any bells?
Ralph, I must ask, why were you specifically targeted? What have they said to you?
They always stick to the same subject. They just keep saying over and over again, oh no, did you hear that? They're back.
Oh.
Ash, I gotta go.
No.
If they find out I've been talking to you.
Oh.
Now that is some hot gossip. Blimey.
We have to find him. And quickly, before something...
Oh, that's my watch alarm. Lunchtime.
Lunchtime?
I get migraines if I don't eat at the same time every day. I am no help at all when I am like that. But good luck finding Ralph, yeah? I will come help afterwards.
But I could really use your help.
You can do it. I believe in you. Let me know how it goes.
Oh. Okay. I need to listen to that tune again and figure out where Ralph is.
Okay, so it sounded like slow, sleepy bells. So I wonder if that means Dreamland or Fantasyland, but it sounds like it might be Dreamland. And then we heard a lift. I wonder if they're up here in these woods by the tower. But let's nursery rhyme. Sleepy Bells nursery rhyme. So let's check in with the chat a little bit, then we'll discuss a little bit of a game plan here. Jelly has stopped by. Everyone, sorry, let's see. Did you see the steam train ride goes to Claytonville? What steam train ride? This one here, huh? Did you see this steam train ride goes to Claytonville? Where did you see that? I don't see that. You'll have to tell us. Now, so if we look at where the music we've eliminated, Roswell, Witches, Main Gate, we could put markers on this. But if you had to guess, you might guess Dreamland and the Spooky Disco. Well, the Spooky Disco is making noise. But if we suspected it was by Dreamland, and Anna thought she remembered some interview hearing that, I wonder if we couldn't talk to the person at the fried chicken place to see if we hear that music. This should be closed, so no one should be in here, although it did sound a little bit like a carousel to me, but we wouldn't have interviewed anyone here. And he did say he woke up with the ground was shaking. That would suggest that he's near a roller coaster, I would think. So that would suggest one of these two places. That would kind of suggest Roswell, but we heard the Roswell music and that wasn't it. But he also said he was moved. So when he woke up the first time, he heard the ground shaking, and then he was moved, and now we hear the music. So he may have been initially taken from here. He said he went to the juncture underground where Roswell meets Dreamland. So here somewhere he went underground. He could be in this He could be in this little hut. Remember, no one stole these keys. But we did have other stolen keys. Two Dreamland keys were taken. I think if you had to guess, the money would be these, but Anna says I should listen to the vampires again. Did we skip over the vampire changing to bells? Okay, let's try it again. Oh. I see. Okay, I guess I was overthinking it. It sounds like a vampire now.
I did what you asked me to, Senorita Ash. I discovered...
Shunt my cage over to the wall, and earlier
Hang on.
I managed to reach through the chicken wire to the buttons of the walkie-talkie.
Okay, it is vampire.
What do you think?
I never thought.
Ring any bells?
Ralph, I must ask, why were you specifically targeted? What
Well,
have they said to you?
They always stick to the same subject. They just keep saying over and over again.
Sometimes I miss some
no,
really
did you hear that?
obvious stuff.
Ash, I gotta go. No! To find out.
This channel saves me from disasters. Okay, vampire. And then you could ask where the vampires were. Where did we say the vampires are? Count Cracula is probably at the vampire place. But this isn't the vampire place, right? That is someone different. That is... Maybe we did see the vampires in the list here. Let's take a look at these again. Mockery Inn, the Stocks, the Witch. So they're not in the village. Where's Dreamland? Curse of the Were Money, the Needle, Baba Yaga, the Glass Elevator, Dream Streets. Dance the night away with the spooks and phantoms of Mockery Manor. But we're looking for the vampire. Certainly not in Roswell. I mean, we did interview Count Cracula. He could tell us where he is, but maybe the chat remembers what I'm missing. There are 3 vampires. Bobby was one of them. We interviewed them. Okay, let's try to find them then. Let's go back and try to find them. Did we interview them here or did we interview them? No, we interviewed them here. I remember now. It may have been this staff right here. Okay. They said at the Manor gate, so actually, I think they're here. I think they're here by Mockery Manor itself. They're inside the gate. I think that's right. Let's listen to them.
Hello from Team Vampire. I'm Ace.
And I'm Alec, Vampire Team Leader. And I'm Bobby. Did anything weird happen last night?
Not really.
I don't think so. No.
A few nights ago, though, what about that bloke?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was weird.
So you know how we do our vampire thing behind the gate around the manor?
We fling ourselves
gate
at the
around
bars
the
like,
manor.
Come closer. Such a delicious neck.
Bobby's really good at
Hannah
that.
was right
So
about
on
hearing that
Tuesday,
too.
after the spooky trail tour had left, this guy in a mask comes up to the manor gates and he's like, "Let me in. I have to check the security cameras."
And we were like, well, let's see your ID then. And he flashes us his ID really fast, and yeah, it is a Mockery ID, but there's no photo.
So we were like, no, not letting you in, mate, sorry. And he got really high-pitched and angry.
Kind of desperate, whiny.
Yeah.
So I radio security, and this guy is and just leaves. And we were like, who the chuff was that then?
They could be talking about Bob, right? I think they could be talking about this ID of Bob. It is a Mockery Manor ID without a photo, and Bob is the one sneaking around trying to get information. So I think maybe what they found is Bob Hancock trying to get in and snoop around. We did discuss that possibility. Okay, so we believe that we're hearing the music of the vampires, which are here. But maybe if you look at these people, look at them, right? And now look here. So it's these people that make that music. 21 is in Fancyland, Queen Boo Boos and Mr. Crackle's meet and greet. Our favorite felines, a great big hug. Adult hugs not permitted. So, they're noted as being part of Fancyland, but they're actually not really in Fancyland. They're sort of out of it. But I guess they're working together. But it sounded like they pretend they're inside the gate, but maybe not. Maybe they go this way. So some combination, but it sounds like he's probably trapped within the manor, don't you think? And he might be hearing, remember he heard a ding and a lift? I think he might be hearing this, because 27 is spectacular views from the top of this ancient monument. And the great glass elevator is at 29. Where's that? The great glass elevator is here? That's weird. A normal, unremarkable service lift, or is it? That's weird. I don't see any lift here. Don't see any lift here, but okay. So let's look at the tunnel map. It says there is a high window. That does sound like a window high in his room that he can see the sky. It does sound like he could be in here. He could be in here. Or he could be in here. Anna wants us to look at the tunnel map, which we downloaded. Which it would have been nice to print out. Where is it? It's not here. Oh, filing cabinet document. Oh, I don't know why sometimes things are so much harder than they have to be. I really don't. I really don't. Luckily, we took a screenshot. All right, so here is the utility corridor. I wouldn't mind printing this out. All right, how does this help us? He said he went down in the corridors between Dreamland and Roswell. So, I don't know, here? Not sure. A generator. He went down to fix the smoke, but you're pointing out where... Oh, he's in a cage. Remember I said someone was in a roll cage? He's in the roll cage. Although he says chicken wire, but I think he's in the roll cage. Yeah, and in fact, don't forget we pointed out something when we looked at this. We pointed out this service lift. So he's in a roll cage underneath where the sounds are, but he can see a window. So is he like here? There's a cage at the mansion and another one at the obelisk. Well, there's cages everywhere. I need you to be a little bit more clearer about what you mean. So the blue ones are 700 kilogram limit and the red ones are 1,000 kilogram limit. How much does someone weigh? We were told he's pretty small, so I don't know how much a person weighs. Feels like you could be in either of those, though. But do you think there's more information we can get? I mean, we're hearing the music. He can see the sky. I I think he's been taken. He's either been taken up to the obelisk, or he's been taken up into the manor. Yeah, well, he was abducted in some juncture, but then he's transported, so I'm not sure it makes that much of a difference. But I think, logically, we think he's either here or here, in the obelisk or in the manor. Is there a way we would be able to guess one or the other? One way would be the keys. Whoever has taken him has the Manor tunnel and the Dreamland tunnels. So they have all of these keys. They can get into here and they can get into here. Now, you could argue that if they met at this juncture, can you not get past this? It looks like you can. It looks like you just go around it. So I'm not sure there's anything stopping them from going here. How would we decide between these two? Anna says, I think the music being at the vampires suggests this one. Although I think the music coming from here. So it feels to me like this and this are pretty equally close. But Nelson agrees with Anna that it's probably the manor. I am not so sure that I could say between the two, although Anna is very good at guessing what designers have in mind. But we're not asked to answer that yet, are we? We still don't know who did it. Let's go back to our game and see what it's got for us next. Is there something else? Because nothing's told us to figure it out yet. Let's click this next button. In fact, we need to take a break. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, 19 viewers. We've been streaming for 3 hours, and we are coming to the end of Mockery Manor, a pretty incredible game experience that everyone seems to be having fun playing here with me. It's funny, detailed, and intriguing. Okay, so the one thing about Ralph's location we did not figure out was the generator. If there is one, where is it? I see some weird circles on the underground map. What are those? There's a legend. I can't read it. DJ Moneycut says, Nelson, we're seeing the same thing. I was guessing those were ventilation fans. Okay, so let me point out something here. The generator... I'm not sure how important the generator stuff is. I didn't even really put it in my notes here about what he said. But essentially, let's just review this. See, here's someone calling for help in the utility corridor. He goes in the hatch at Roswell, or the person says they were stabbed. He goes to the junction between Roswell and Dreamland, which I guess would be something like this. In the utility corridors, like this is the area where they meet, but this is Roswell, this is Dreamland, so it seems like he's talking about that would be the juncture. Now, he hits shaking ground, chemical, he hears a beeping lift, and he's in a new room. So my only point is he gets called into the underground and then he gets drugged. He gets a pillowcase that looks like it might have chloroform or whatever, and he gets knocked out, and then he wakes up and hears the lift. So I'm not sure it matters what he saw when he was going down. But you were talking about these ventilation fans, and he hears a generator. But let me just point out, on the legend here, we have electrical generator house. And there's 2 of those on our map. There's one here, and there's one here. So I think what you're hearing is just that this is where he goes in. Ugh. This is where he goes in. He wakes up, the ground is shaking. That makes me think he might have been under here. But eventually he gets knocked out, and then when he wakes up, he's in the room where he can see and hear the lift. So I'm not sure... I'm not sure it really matters. I'm not sure it really matters where he went in. As long as they could get him, since they have the keys, it feels like they could get him here. Or get him here. Did he mention he was close to the generator in the new room? Well, if that's true, that's important. So maybe we should listen to this once more together.
I did what you asked me to, Senorita Ash. I discovered it was Senor Gustavo who was the guard on the staff gate that night. And he told me... Not a lot. Mostly he spoke of the graphic novel he's writing. It's a psychosexual exploration of the werewolf myth. So yes, his mind is not on the job. I don't think he even checks security passes. Just waves any Tom, Dick, or Harry in. Sorry, not very helpful, I know.
Thanks anyway, Antonio.
It is interesting, is it not? How management have not told any of the security guards that someone is missing.
I don't think they want anyone to know.
Hello? Security! Hello? Someone, please!
Hello, Jess. This is me, security.
Wait, is that...
you have to help me! I've been abducted!
Oh my god, is that Ralph?
Your friend?
My name is Ralph Keller.
Oh.
I'm a team leader for the Roswell spook scene, and 2 nights ago I was taken by force.
He's alive! Give me that. Ralph, it's me, Ash!
Ash?
Where are you? Where have you been?
Ash! Oh, God, it's so good to hear your voice. I don't know where I am. I'm in a cage in a room.
What can you see?
Nothing. Walls, a door, there's some kind of generator, I think.
Is there a window?
Yeah, but it's tiny. It's too high up on the wall. I can't see anything, just a bit of sky.
If he is using a walkie-talkie, he is in the park.
Ralph, who did this? Who took you?
I don't know. I haven't seen them.
Are they there? Are they near?
I hope not. He is
So he
basically
is in a
shouting.
room
Are you okay?
with a
Did they hurt you?
generator.
I'm fine.
That's a
I'm
very
okay.
good
I'm
observation.
Ralph, tell me what happened.
Yes, it will help us figure out where you are. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. So, Ash, when you and the guys left to sell merch, I was resetting the smoke machine, and my walkie-talkie went off. It was them, the kidnapper. They pretended to be hurt. They said they needed help.
What did they sound like?
Strange. They had this voice, like a cartoon character, like, help, first aid. That's what they said. And I'm a first aid responder, so obviously I was like, hello, yes, what do you need? They said they were a security guard.
Uh-oh.
And they were injured and stuck in one of the utility corridors. Do you know about the underground utility corridors?
Sure do.
What were they doing down there?
They said they'd seen some bloke open the hatch on the edge of Roswell and go down, and they followed him, told him he had to come out, and this mystery fella turned round and stabbed him.
Oh, my God.
It was a lie, of course, but I didn't know that, so I was like, I'll call the police. And they
Was
said,
it a lie,
don't.
or is
I've
there
already
something
done it.
going
An
on?
ambulance is on its way, but I need someone to help me stop the bleeding. Please, hurry. So I did. I went into the tunnels. He said he was at the junction where the Roswell and Dreamland tunnels meet. So I went there, and it was gloomy, but I could see there was no one on the floor. I think he was hiding behind a corner. I was calling out for him when this wet pillowcase gets pulled over my head. It stank, some sort of chemical. It was tight around my neck. Someone was pulling it from behind. I struggled, but I felt weak, sick, dizzy, and my throat hurt. I passed out. When I woke up, it was pitch dark. I felt like the ground was shaking. I realised I still had the bag over my head, so I reached out. I could feel chicken wire. And then there was a beeping noise. Some kind of lift. I passed out again and woke up in this room. No one else was here, just me. But my walkie-talkie was gaffer taped to the wall, and then it crackled into life and they spoke to me for hours. That's how we communicate, walkie-talkie. That's why I don't know what they look like.
Interesting.
And now you talk to us through the same walkie-talkie?
Yeah, I realised if I rock backwards and forwards, I can shunt my cage over to the wall. And earlier,
Hang on.
I managed to reach through the chicken wire to the buttons of the walkie-talkie.
Ralph, shut up for a few seconds.
That's not very nice. I thought you wanted to...
Okay, and then she says we can hear you. So, but he does say there's a generator in his room. So either there's a generator in the manor, or there's a generator in the obelisk. It's only open in the daytime. Views from this ancient monument. And you have to be able to get up there. So there must be power. Wherever there's this lift, there has to be power. So I don't know what it would mean to have a generator in the room unless we've heard something. Let's read about this needle here. Climb to the top of this ancient Egyptian monument. Enjoy spectacular views. Climb to the top. So maybe you must climb and there is no elevator. That makes me think it must be in the manor where the managers went. So maybe they are in the manor with a generator. We can't see anything like that if we zoom in, can we? You don't see any generator room in the manor. And I don't remember hearing anything about it, although certainly we could have read something about it and missed it. All right, let's continue playing the game. The window is high up because he's in the basement? I don't know. That doesn't make sense. He can see sky. Doesn't it make more sense that he's in one of these Doesn't it make sense that he's in one of these attic rooms where you can see out? But maybe he is in the basement. I just don't know. All right, let's not get carried away. Let's move on to what the game wants us to do next. Oh, where is Ralph being held? I see. It's now asking us. All right. Well, if we had to guess, I'm going to guess that he's in the Manor. Do you think we just click on one of these? All right. Do we need to have a vote about this? Look, there's no going forward. This is it. This is what we have to guess to move along. I'd sure like to get this one right. He wakes up, he feels the ground shaking, but it's not shaking, but he's in a room with the generator. Well, these generators that we see on the left and right, they're outside, so that has nothing to do with us. The only thing that would help us is if we could remember something about where a generator is. But we have just now read that we have read something that makes me feel better about answering the Manor. We have read that you have to climb up to the needle. That suggests there's no elevator there. Although we know there is an elevator up into that area. But certainly seems likely that they've taken him up the service lift into the Manor. What's happening here? Did they say there was a window in his room? It did say the window is tall, high up. Tiny and high up is what they said. He could see the sky. That makes me think he's in one of these attic rooms. All right. I think we're going to guess that he is in the Manor. Come on, guys. Come on. He's in the basement. It's okay. We don't have to answer that now. We just have to pick which area of the park he's in. So are we all in agreement that he's in the Manor? So you can click the Manor, you can click the obelisk, you can't click Dreamland, but you can click any of these buildings. In fact, you can't click any of the buildings, but you can click in here. But there's no lift that goes up in here. The lift is really up in here in the building or the obelisk. The high up window speaks more to the obelisk, says DJ. But I don't think you can actually... He's in a cage, right? You have to climb to the top of this. This is why I have switched over to the Manor. Because if you want to go to the top of the needle, you have to climb to the top of this ancient Egyptian monument. There's no elevator going up there. And if he's carried in the cage, he has certainly not been walked up. So I think we're going to say the Manor. But I will give anyone who wants to shout out something different a couple of minutes to disagree. On what basis would we say we say he's somewhere else? I mean, could you argue that he could, like, what's the basis for saying he's not in Fantasyland? like they have a Fantasyland tunnel key. You need power to power Fantasyland. He heard the ground rumbling, but he heard the ground rumbling before he was transported. I wish I had a good reason it couldn't be Fantasyland, although Fantasyland is closed off. But I mean, doesn't all of our argument about how he went up in the lift, doesn't that work for Fantasyland here? Like, couldn't they have taken him here? Up this service entrance into here? This part of the park is closed in October. So, and surely it needs a generator, and let's just take a look at this for a second. Oh, it's because of the music, right? The music. The music doesn't match Fantasyland. Okay, that's it. The music is the Count Dracula people, so he has to be right near here, and maybe even the music's coming from here. Okay, that's it. We're guessing that he's in the manor. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3, click. We got some audio. Let's see if that gives us our answer. If you had to guess who's doing this all, you would guess Walter. Walter is the person who's the cleaner, who has access to the chemicals and the cages, but I don't think it is Walter. Because Walter was lured away. Walter was at the witches thing at 10:40, so I don't think it was Walter. It could have been Simone. Or, no, Simone likes Ralph. All right, let's go here. Let's listen. We'll decide later.
Oi!
Looks like
you
we
can't
guessed
come in here.
right.
This is a private residence. Clear off.
Oh. I guess not. I guess that's wrong. But we heard the music. Huh. Now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. Is that telling us we're wrong, or is it telling us... It seems like it's telling us we're wrong. It would have been nice if it told us we're wrong in a way that made sense. Could it still be the obelisk? He could be at the basement of the obelisk. Shall we try the obelisk and see what happens? We could also try the vampire's house here. All right, let's try the obelisk. Let's click on the obelisk. Let's see what happens.
Oh, it's just an empty room. I got it wrong. Where could he be? I better check the music tape again.
So we didn't hear the right music. But we did hear it here. So it's got to be here or here. I guess if the music is coming from here, then my guess that it could be here works too. I'm going to click here. It's got to have a generator. It's off limits. The park is closed. Let's try it. Ah, that was it. So it's near the music, near the manor. Okay, that makes sense. It was the park. Well, we definitely considered this. All right, we got it close enough.
I had to squeeze through a gap in the fence to get into Fancyland. But Ralph would have been brought here via the tunnels. It's just as I thought. The vampire scarcity music is just loud enough to be heard inside the mega coaster. Wow, this ride is big.
That's the generator and the shaking sound.
Look at Ashley.
Oh my God.
Ash!
Ralph!
You phoned me.
It's all right, Ash. He's fine. He's just exhausted.
Davina, why are you here? And Simone? Grog? Jennifer? Owen? Bob the DJ?
What?
Walter? The scary
here.
nurse? It's everyone from my suspect list.
What a coincidence.
Will someone tell me what's going on?
Davina burst in 10 minutes ago.
I did. I swooped in like a superhero.
Then this lot arrived.
I got a note telling me to come here.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, shit.
So did I.
Yeah.
I received a
Oh,
note
shit.
also.
Yes.
Yeah, that was Parker.
Oh.
He sent the notes on my instruction.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Ever since I found out Ralph was missing, I've been running my own investigation. Once I realised where Ralph was being held, I had the brilliant idea to bring you all here to reveal the culprit.
Oh, I see. That's interesting.
No, I didn't expect Ash to burst in at the last minute. No offence, love. I didn't think he'd figure it out.
Oi. So who did it, Davina? Who kidnapped Ralph?
Good question. One I do not have the answer to. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought once I saw you all gathered in one place, I'd get like a flash of inspiration. But no, nothing. So, over to you, Ash. Hopefully you've got some ideas. What do you think? Who are you going to accuse?
Oh. So all of the suspects have been invited. And now we have to accuse someone. Oh my gosh. Click here to read. Okay, that's it. Wow. Moment of truth. Here we go. We should take a moment whenever this happens. Whenever someone says I'm right, that's worth stopping and pausing for a moment. So it was in the park because it was closed. I was right. Okay. All right. Now, it's going to now require us to give some thought to who had alibis. We have a little like Scooby-Doo Agatha Christie moment here. All the suspects have been brought together in this wonderful page here where we're going to have to accuse someone. Motive means an opportunity. Remember what the detective handbook said. You'll have to have a means, someone with access to the underground who knew about where to bring him, someone with the pillowcase with the stuff that would knock him out. Motive? What is the motive for kidnapping Ralph? That's a weird... that is a weird one. Opportunity. They have to be at the right place at the right time. When criminals mess up, and they always do, they can make mistakes. Something goes wrong, the criminal has to go up. Now, we haven't done that good a job of keeping lists of alibis. I believe we think, all right, let's make our list here. We've got Grog, we've got Jennifer, Bob, Owen, they all have their own secrets. Got Simone. Now, one thing we didn't do is we haven't done the food poisoning. That seems like a real puzzle, senior management. Why haven't we done the food poisoning puzzle? Why is that important? A little weird that we haven't investigated the food poisoning and the game was telling us to. Let me just take another look at this. I printed out copies. Let me just take a look. So someone's poisoned their own food to get rid of people. Why? Because people were stealing. That doesn't necessarily have to be a motive related to our case at all. On the day that Ralph disappeared, first aid records show 3 staff members suffered food poisoning, asked for medication. Those 3 staff members ate the same thing. Only one of them, Simon, had such explosive symptoms he couldn't go to work. Everyone else goes to work. So Simon got sick, but we know Grog did not get sick because he took over, I believe, and Ralph didn't seem to get sick. Lake House staff complains about people stealing each other's food. No one admitted to stealing food. None of them can remember if they ate their own food. But I know that Owen is vegetarian. When I asked if he stole food, he denied it, but he seemed shifty. Luke said he only eats things containing meat, root vegetable, Ralph is lactose intolerant. I strongly believe he would never steal. So Ralph probably ate his own food, and it's probably not poisoned because he didn't get sick. So I think that means it's not Ralph's. Simon seems genuine when he says he would never steal food. Simon asks the theme park restaurants for leftover. If anyone offers him food, he accepts. Walter has a sweet tooth. Owen made soup, offered it to everyone. 3 people accepted. He can't remember who. All 4 of them ate it together and all agreed it was creamy and unctuous. Deduce who came down with food poisoning and what food item all 3 victims ate, and who is the person who owns the poisoned Tupperware. But how does that help us? Is it just for fun? Is it not related to our case, even though it seemed like it was? This is weird. Simon got sick. 2 other people got sick. I'm looking at this just because it feels like it must be important. Whoever got sick, poisoned their own food, wouldn't have eaten their own food. Let me just look at this. Chickpea salad from Owen. Home cooked chicken from Ralph. Wow, home cooked chicken from Ralph. And winter soup from Ralph. Multiple things from Simon. Unlabeled Tupperware, unlabeled Tupperware, unlabeled Tupperware. Simon asks for leftover, shares it. If anyone offers him food, he always accepts. Ralph made chicken, told everyone they could take whenever they wanted. Owen made soup and offered it to everyone. So Simon ate Owen's soup. Owen made soup. It's not even listed here. Boy, oxtail soup from unlabeled. That's got to be Owen's. And Simon must have eaten it. Made soup, offered it to everyone. 3 people accepted, he can't remember who. All 4 ate together and agreed it was creamy. I'm really kind of thrown by this. I feel like we might have gotten more clues about this during the game, but I'm also just really thrown and a bit on tilt by what this has to do with anything. And I don't know if this is sort of sucking the wind out of this whole game if we spend an hour doing this. All right, let's just not try to solve it, but just talk a little bit about it. Simon got sick, so it has to be something that Simon ate. This says that Owen offered everyone soup and they all ate it, and all 4 of them ate it, and all agreed it was unctuous. So if we believe that, it couldn't have been the oxtail soup because 4 of them ate that. I'm assuming that Owen can't lie about eating it, that they would have seen it. I'm also guessing that if Simon got sick, it couldn't have been Simon's food because we know whoever ate it, whoever poisoned it, poisoned their own food and wouldn't have done it themselves. I hope I'm writing on my copy of this. I am. Okay, so I'm saying it's not from Simon because Simon got sick. It's not from Owen because 4 of them ate that. Simon. I think we're told someone's vegetarian. Someone say Owen is vegetarian. If I asked if he stole food, he denied it. He seemed shifty. Luke only eats things that containing meat. I'm willing to bet he steals food. Do we know who else got... I mean, 2 more people got sick. How are we supposed to... We know Owen was mad that night. But does that mean he wasn't sick? Or does that mean he was sick? We're told all of them got first aid. Only 1 couldn't work. That was Simon. So what did Simon eat that made him sick that wasn't his own food? Simon asks theme park restaurant food stalls for leftover, shares it. If anyone offers him food, he always accepts. Ralph said anyone could take it. Did Ralph poison people? And that's why they want to kill him? Ralph is lactose intolerant. He won a wheel of chance cheese and swapped it for soup. He never eats park food. He would never steal food. Do we know he didn't get sick? This just seems wrong to me. Simon seems very genuine when he would never steal. Ralph would never steal. So Ralph ate his own food. Owen is a vegetarian. Oxtail soup. Maybe you're onto something. Maybe I shouldn't have assumed. 3 people accepted, though he doesn't remember who. All 4 of them agreed it was unctuous, but he's vegetarian. So, unless oxtail soup is oxtail soup one of these, it really is oxtail? It's not one of these soup names that doesn't really have oxtail in it? All right, I guess you could look at it the other way. If he lied about eating it, then the 3 people that accepted would have gotten sick. Simon eats the food that everyone accepts. Okay, so what if we said the oxtail soup is the poison soup? And we say that Simon ate the oxtail soup. Luke only eats things containing meat and desserts. I'm willing to bet he steals, and since he offered it, maybe we think Luke must have eaten it. Ralph is lactose. He would never steal, but he was offered food, but we don't know. He gave it to Simon, who loves puds. Grog doesn't like fruit or vegetable. Walters has sweet tooth. He enjoys food that doesn't require chewing. Simon never steal. Ralph made chicken. I really am not happy with this. All right, we're going to stop this because even if we figure out who did it, we think Owen did it to get revenge. DJ Moneykid says, Owen ate the soup. He couldn't poison himself. Well, that's what I said, but then because I assume he actually did eat it. But this is very... Should we assume that maybe he didn't eat it? Okay, this is the one part of this game that I really dislike. There's too many rooms for too many things to be confusing, and it's not clear why this is of any relevance to us. Unless we think someone's getting revenge about that. So I guess we're just going to put that aside. But it's put me in a bad mood. So let's get back to the game. Try to reset here. Okay, let's try to reset. First of all, this has been a wonderful game, so I'm not going to let that whole experience upset me. DJ says, maybe this is time for us to check out the hint system. Well, we could certainly open up what we believe to be the hint system web page and see what it looks like. That's not a crazy idea, especially if we're not going to solve that puzzle. We could certainly see what the answer wants to be to that. What am I looking for here? This? Okay. So we think this is meant to be the hint site for the psychic. Let's try to see what happens. www.askmagenta.net. Greetings, fans of the esoteric. Welcome to my Carnivan of Fortune. I'm Madame Magenta, world-class psychic, medium clairvoyant, Brassica enthusiast, and grade 4 trombonist. I sense your confusion, little one. You have run face first into an obstacle and know not what to do, so you've come to me for guidance. Good for you. It's important to ask for help when you need it. I warn you, the spirits can be vague, really exceptionally vague. Virtually incoherent sometimes. That's why I ask each question 3 times. The first answer is the most veiled, except when it isn't. The second gives you a soup can. What the hell is that word? The third gets straight to the point. Okay, I've only just started. I'm stumped. Okay, UFO diner menu, Ash's interviews, Nurse Debbie's photo, Tupperware thief puzzle. Okay, Tupperware thief puzzle. How do you work this out? I'm going to click here. It's a shame. I normally love the constraint puzzles. I just feel like trying to solve it now is going to kill us. The spirits say it's a process of elimination. We know for certain that Simon ate a dodgy meal, so start with him. The dodgy meal will be one of the dishes he ate. Assume everyone will eat as much as possible in alignment with their food preferences. Assume everyone will eat as much as possible in alignment with their preferences? No one said that. That seems like a huge assumption. All right, let's look at the second clue. If they're likely to steal food, rest assured they will steal everything within their food preference. That is not at all clear that you should be assuming that when you try to solve a puzzle like that. If they're unlikely to steal food, they will only eat their own. So the unlikely and when it says it looks honest, we should assume that that means dead honest. Plus, anything's freely offered to them as long as it's the sort of thing they like to eat. The spirits say Simon ate chicken, spotted dish, vegetable soup, a burger, and a finger. All right, definitely think this is the rare, weak puzzle in this game. Let's just read the answer. Spirits are surprisingly willing to give you the answer. The meal that gave these people food poisoning is the spotted dick. The 3 people who ate the spotted dick and became ill are Simon, Walter, and Luke. The person who originally owned the spotted dick was Grog, but he gave it to Simon. All right. I don't know about that puzzle. I honestly don't think that it was a good puzzle, but maybe I'm just biased. So let's just record these answers. The people who got sick, according to this, Simon, Walter, a key person in our puzzle, and Luke, who we have no interaction with. And Grog is the poisoner. And he gave it to Simon, huh? I don't really... I don't understand what the whole point Grog was sent a pudding by his gran, which he doesn't want to eat, so he gave it to Simon, who loves old-fashioned puds. I mean, this is a bit suspicious that he had his food he didn't eat, but he could have done that a million different ways. Mystify says it is an okay puzzle. It would have been helpful if the instructions were clearer. Still, let's give it some grace in an otherwise great game. Okay. But yeah, good suggestion for DJ to suggest him to go to hints, and good for me for not doing my normal thing of insisting that we don't take hints. That was the right thing to do. Okay, I think that was a terrible puzzle, but doesn't matter. As you say, let's give this game some grace. Now, is there hints for who's the culprit? No, there isn't. So we can't get a hint for this final game, even if we wanted to. So let us go back to our game and discuss how we're going to answer this. So I guess I mean, my gut tells me it's Nurse Debbie, but maybe not. Let's think about it for a second. So motive, alibi, and means. All right. So, I mean, Grog seems to be his friend. Grog doesn't have much of a motive. Oh, Bob, who Anna thinks it is, has no motive, does he? He doesn't mind Ralph, does he? He's just trying to investigate. He wouldn't kidnap Ralph. Now, Owen has a bit of a motive, but isn't Owen have an alibi running around the park getting mad at people? Unfortunately, we didn't take great notes about alibis, which is a shame on our part. Now, Simone is leading a group and is just a little bit late, so it can't be her. Walter, now remember, someone is knocking him out quickly and then coming back later and then talking to him for hours on a walkie-talkie. Where's our nurse? Our nurse doesn't have a walkie-talkie in her pocket, does she? Trousers Meowsers. She's got a balloon from these people. Or does she have a balloon from Fantasyland? Is Fantasyland where they have the trousers? Trousers Meowsers roller mega coaster. Can you find Mr. Crackle's missing trousers? It's closed, and yet she has a balloon from there. That's a little suspicious. That's a little suspicious. How did she get a balloon from a ride that's closed in October? Could Nurse Debbie be getting revenge? Unfortunately, I don't see where she puts her walkie-talkie, though. She's got no place to put it in her pockets. She does look sexy. I'll give her that. We know the DJ left the music in repeat mode. I really don't know what to make of those comments about the DJ. I mean, I think he was there the whole time. He says he was there the whole time, but we think he was trying to get into the gate. And they wouldn't let him in. So I don't think he knows. I don't think he has access to the keys. But on the other hand, how could the nurse have gotten the keys? Was the nurse at this party? Otherwise, how does she get the keys? Could the kidnapper be Grog to make Ralph think the management kidnapped them so they could blackmail them? Boy, that is a stretch. This Divide says, I want to say the DJ makes the most sense. I really don't understand what his motive would be. Grog poisoned Simon to take his place as an alien, so I have an opportunity to kidnap him. That's an interesting point. We are told that Grog is peripatetic, so he could roam wherever and not be followed. I think Debbie's trying to help us. The high-pitched cartoon voice could be from helium, like the nurse's balloon. That's an interesting idea. So look, let's try to get rid of people if we can. We think Jennifer has an alibi. She was riding the fast pass. Owen is running around mad. I don't remember his alibi, but it felt like he was seen angry at people, so that he was seen. Walter, let's look at his schedule again. I mean, let's look at what he's filled out here. Come on, guys. So he actually shows up when he was called away. Someone pulled him away. And he's working, so I don't see how it can be Walter. He's walking around the park. So the witch guy is escorting him. So Walter has an alibi. I feel like Jennifer has an alibi on the fast pass. Simone is late, but is she late enough to have done all this? I don't see how Bob has a motive. I just don't see it. I don't see how he has a motive. Let me suggest something else. This guy is clearly not DJing at the disco. And this is when our guy had to get disappeared. So if this guy is not DJing, doesn't it mean that Bob has to be DJing? So can't we rule him out? Debbie deliberately leaves, ditches the group, disappears into the forest, claims she hears someone talking to Ralph on a walkie-talkie. That suggests that she's a witness and not the killer. So, are we looking at Grog as a good candidate? Maybe Debbie as a good candidate if she's lying. And I'm not sure what to do about Simone. And it says Simone told us in the second interview where she was. And what was that? What did she tell us? Nelson said, I think Bob is not DJing because the music CD was in repeat. He left the DJ post for some time. This CD repeated the same music. I don't really know what to do with Bob. I don't quite have the energy to try to track down all the people that talked about him DJing. Maybe we should try to find the energy for that. But I have like mixed feelings. Like when we listened to him, it seemed like he was clearly there till 1 a.m. And we're told that the person was talking to Bob for hours, but it's not clear if it was that same day. Where is this party where 3 people went in and stole keys? I don't think Debbie could have gotten keys. I don't think Debbie has access to the keys. Although she's following everyone around, maybe she does. Maybe she walks in and steals it since she's following management everywhere. Boy, Grog is his friend, though. I don't see how. I don't see how. Debbie sounded crazy. She heard someone call for help. She's a witness. Do we know who was murdered in Claytonville? Maybe there's a relationship that makes the motive stronger. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking one of these people must be related to some of the old murders. But could Debbie be the crazy person? I mean, if Debbie is crazy, she could have any motive. She did sound like a witness, but why does she have that balloon? What motive could Grog possibly have? Grog has no job opportunity elsewhere, hates this one, wants to blackmail the management, but Ralph doesn't want to talk. So Grog has to make him talk. Grog does say in the interview, I have to go back to my old crimes because I can't work here anymore. But why can't he work there anymore? Hmm. Where is our Grog is a peripatetic actor. Where is our job interviews? Which one is Grog here? I don't think Simone has it. Simone has an alibi. She had to be leading a group. I don't see how she had time to do all this. So I'm left with Grog versus Debbie versus management. I mean, no one knows where Grog is. How does he have a motive, though? I mean, Anna's got some crazy theory. Anna's usually right. Whenever I say Anna's theory is crazy, she usually turns out to be right. But, well, Anna, maybe your theory, if your theory, okay, let's back up for a second. The logic of Anna's theory works better for Bob, right? Bob wants to beat this story, but he can't get Ralph to talk. So he's kidnapped Ralph to force him to talk. That makes a little more sense. Then, and Rob is desperate to get in here and solve this case. Maybe even if he solves it, he can get his job back, redeem himself, get unbanned. So now we should take more seriously the people that have said Bob was lying about DJing. Because that makes sense now as a motive. You aren't killing Ralph. You're simply kidnapping him to force him to talk. Well, maybe you're searching for redemption. You don't want to be a DJ. So, okay. If that's our theory, he lied about why he fired his helper. Why did he fire his helper? Why would you fire your helper? And what interview do we want that's going to tell us about We've got interviews 1 and interviews 2. Where did our interviews go? This is a different website, I guess. Ah, that's unfortunate. I want to read the interviews with the people that worked at the disco, but they're on this page but back. I guess I can go back. No, I can't go back. Oh boy, that's annoying. What we're trying to do is go to the page that was interviews 3. Good. Okay. That's what I'm looking for, but okay. The theory was Bob fired Dave to take his place that night. But then why was the helper on the park on Bob's shift? Bob left his costume on the DJ podium, put the songs on repeat. That's an interesting idea. It's a little bit of a problem, though, because here's one of the costumes being worn by this guy who might be fired. So at 10:46, we've got to place Bob gone. We have to have Bob be gone from his DJ spot at 10:40. So my question for you is, how does that happen? How are we going to... How is Bob not going to be at the DJ place? I guess if we think he's the one, we got to talk to him, and then we'll talk to the staff, I guess. All right, here's our interview with Bob.
Do you mind taking your mask off? Your voice is muffled.
I'd prefer not to.
One of the podium dancers said you were a local celebrity and, like, really handsome, so, please?
Maybe the nurse hears, like, a fuzzy voice. Maybe it's because he's wearing the mask.
Ta-da! My face. Did the dancer tell you I used to be a reporter for local TV? And a top-rated host on Crime Time at GSPW?
That's so sexy. I'd love to be a reporter.
Yeah.
In fact, could I practice
He has
on
a
you?
real motivation
can I
to crack
interview
this
you?
case because he's been disgraced.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, little lady.
First question. Tell me, Bob, are you enjoying your first time at Mockery Manor?
Well, it's not actually my first spin on the waltzers, as they say. I worked here a long time ago.
What are you dressed as?
A very trendy newt.
It's
actually the company uniform. You see this on the back? That's the logo.
Co-star
Airwaves. Yeah?
So cool.
Yeah.
How long have you worked for them?
Worked for? No thanks. I run it. Yeah, the local celebrity life got a little empty. I yearned for something more, something to bring me in communion with the common people. And then it came to me in a dream. A fleet of DJs under my command, spreading across the nation like Genghis Khan's Mongols.
It's your company. So cool. How many people work for you?
Currently, one. Dave. Except I had to fire him today, so...
So none then.
Fired him
Why did you fire him?
because I told him to cut his hair short and he wouldn't do it. That was the last straw. Because consistency is the name of the game, Ashley. Think of your favourite fast food outlet. Whatever you order, it's identical every time. And that's a good thing. And one handsome short-haired DJ in a green jumpsuit should be identical to... Well, you know, you get what I'm saying.
You're so clever. So, walk me through a typical day as an Airwaves DJ. For instance, what were your movements yesterday? Step by step, please.
Pay attention to this.
Okay, well, I live off-site, so I got in my Cinque Cento at approximately 4:30 p.m. and arrived here 45 to 50 minutes later. Showed my contractor ID at the staff security gate, set up the decks, and started DJing at 8 p.m. Very busy yesterday. Hundreds of people, students mainly. An ecstatic throng of writhing teenagers worshipping at the altar on which I stand.
Blimey.
Sorry. I get poetic about my calling. Have you seen the DJ booth in Dreamland? I'm right in the middle of the dance floor, the epicenter. So I have to put on a show, you know, like pat the air like you're patting a dog.
Okay, so normally he's saying
cool,
he
isn't it?
moves a lot.
Yeah, nod my head like this.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I notice a pretty lady and I point right in her face. They love it.
He doesn't say he dances.
But it's intense. I sweat a lot. So at 10:45 p.m. every night, I have a quick 15-minute break for a cheeky diet rum and cola, and then back on the decks until 1 a.m. Then it's home to the girlfriend. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. There is a Mrs. B. Yeah. Although it's not actually serious. We're not actually married. In fact, I'm thinking of ending it soon, to be honest.
Oh, I'll have to give you my number.
Crikey. Really? Great. I mean, sure, yeah, let's...
You don't think he's married to
friends.
Debbie, right?
How old are you?
18.
Phew.
Does your girlfriend watch you DJ?
No. Between you and me, Ash, she's painfully unsupportive. She's an equine dental surgeon, says she's too tired to come to my gigs. But come on, I mean, I work harder than her. She's got one job. I've got two. Three, actually. Being a part-time DJ, running a DJ company, and working as an award-nominated local investigative journalist.
Ooh, what stories are you working on?
Can't tell you that, I'm afraid. Sorry. Well, let's just say, Mockery Manor is evil and full of criminals.
Criminals? What do you mean? Can you give me a hint? I'm scared. I need to protect myself.
Look, just don't trust anyone who's been here longer than a year or two, okay? Skeletons in their closet, more like the catacombs of Paris. There was a copper a couple of years back that almost got him, but surprise, surprise, he got framed for murder. They are dangerous. But I'm a big, brave man, Ashley.
You really are. Do you think Rog and Ralph got tangled up in all the criminal stuff?
Who? I don't know who you're talking about.
They're friends of mine. One of them's gone missing.
Oh, yeah? That's weird.
I heard you, Ralph and Grog talking once.
Oh, you did? Right, okay. Okay, I do know them, but I have to keep my sources anonymous. That's why I said I didn't know them.
Sources? Oh, tell me more.
Well, let's just say, a little Norwegian birdie once told me that Ralph had driven a stolen Dunkelschloss lorry into a lake up north.
There's the Norwegian bird.
What's Dunkelschloss?
Another theme park.
I don't understand any of this.
But we now know that he knows Ralph has information.
That's all I'll say.
So, I can't trust Davina?
Davina? She's got secrets up the wazoo. Why do you think she locks her filing cabinet?
Confidential data?
Because of secrets. And Ms. Armstrong isn't to be trusted either. She rose up the ranks suspiciously fast and then moved her horrible, awful sister into the manor. Oh, they're like some kind of mafioso.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I pulled my back boogieing in the DJ booth last night.
He pulled his back moving the cart in the tunnels is where he pulled his back.
Did he see me? I have to go.
He
Come to the
pulled his
disco tonight
back
and give me your phone
moving the
number.
cart in the tunnel. Not only that, you might wonder where he got his key. I think this is our answer to that. Remember, this is Walter emailing everyone. And look what Walter says to this guy. Hey, old pal, you have something I want. I have something you want. A way into the manor that won't trip the alarms. I can help you only if you bring me into your DJ business. If you agree, tell it to the wishing well at 5 p.m. and I shall appear. I think Bob has gotten the keys from Walter and a way into the tunnels from Walter, and that's Walter offering to sell it to him. All right. So I think we are locking into Bob. Now let's see if we can talk to the people that know the disco again.
Oh no, but a couple of nights ago, yeah, someone nicked our walkie-talkie. All food service places have one because if a fight breaks out, we have to call security. Or like we call the cleaner if there's a really big spill that we can't handle on our own. Or if we need a pallet of drinks delivered, he does that too. Don't know how he lugs so much stuff around, actually. He's only wee. He's got arms like spaghetti. I suppose those trolley things make it a bit easier. I need to radio him, actually. We've got 3 empty ones in the store cupboard. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so early in the week is normally really quiet, but it's half price week, and the local uni busting a load of freshers. So when the disco kicked everyone out at 1 a.m, we were rammed because all the drunk students wanted chicken. And yeah, one of them must have leaned over the counter and like grabbed the walkie-talkie when we weren't looking. So
1 a.m.
Yesterday we had to get another.
1 a.m. Someone stole a walkie-talkie. Who gets off work at 1 a.m.? Bob. The DJing ends at 1 a.m. The DJing ends at 1 a.m. right when the walkie-talkie was stolen. Right when the walkie-talkie was stolen. Yes, of course. It's definitely Bob. Now let's just find the
one from
evidence to
Davina.
lock
She was cool about
him
it though.
in.
She said things get stolen all the time.
Brendan, playing Lord Carnarvon.
And I'm the were-mummy, Francesca. Hi. First time working at Mockery Manor, yeah. It's got a terrible reputation with the locals, but I love it here.
Well, I don't. I didn't train at RADA to perform for a stream of drunken imbeciles. And the script.
Oh, yes, the script is dreadful. Ugh. And that awful little director keeps popping in to check we're not improvising. Apparently, no one's sticking to the script.
Including us.
No. I think it's quite unraveled him.
Yes, he looked completely mad last night, gnashing his teeth, rending his shirt.
Yeah.
I swear the audience thought he was about to transform.
I wish he would. A reverse Kafka. The cockroach turns into a man.
Oh, top shape, Franny.
Thank you, Brendan.
Your wit is wasted here.
I want to listen to the workers at the disco. Where are they?
Hello from Team Vampire.
Team Vampire.
He's like, let me in. I have to
Oh, here's him
check the
trying
security
to sneak
cameras.
in.
And we were like, well, let's see your ID then. And
Okay, where is the staff? Where is our staff that works the disco? Is that here?
My name is Antonio, but you may call me Signor Antonio. I am a security guard. I cover the whole park. You want to know about last night? A very typical evening, Jays. Loss of screaming, a flashlight lost to Mr. Leaf, a glove incident, 3 tickets to Ouchieville. But you know, when everyone is covered in fake blood, it's very hard to see what is an emergency and what isn't. Ah, I can tell you some red-hot park gossip if you like. Senor Antonio sees everything, eh? For instance, every night, the sexy alien lady dumps her tray in the bushes and rides the roller coasters again and again. I do not tell anyone because I was not put on this earth to ruin anyone's fun. Except for the people I throw out of the park, of course. Oh, more hot gossip. Have you seen the guest who comes alone to the park every night, dressed as a sexy nurse? I think I know why she comes so much. She is in love. Not with one person, but with 2. The sexy manager, who is very worried all the time, and the tall sexy manager with the great teeth. I have seen the sexy nurse follow them around the park many times. Very sexy. And a little sinister, eh?
Is this recording? Oh, sorry, was that a bit close? Hello, Ash. You know me as Daddy. But of course my real name is Simon, as you know. Ooh, did you hear that? My stomach's not right yet. Give me your tape recorder, listen to this. Grog might have to replace me again tonight. He won't like that. Davina had to force him to step in last time. I think it's because he can do whatever he wants as a peripatetic. He can have as many breaks as he pleases. No supervision. Oh, I've gotta go.
Stefan Passmore, podium dancer at the Spooky Nights Disco.
Steffi, same.
Heather, same.
We work Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays and half-price nights. Whenever it's busy, basically. But we only ever see the inside of the disco, so I doubt we can help.
Can't believe someone's gone missing in the woods and they haven't told the police yet.
Yeah, it's shocking. There's something wrong with this place.
You guys have heard about the murders, right? Someone got murdered right here where we're standing 10 years ago today.
I can't believe I'm dancing in hot pants over someone's grave.
I don't think they buried them here, Seffi.
No, but they don't need to have buried them for it to be haunted.
I wouldn't worry. The music will scare any ghosts away. Oh my goodness, those DJs are dreadful.
Yeah, and they never take their masks off, have you noticed?
I actually asked one of them about that. Yeah, I spoke to the one who works on Fridays.
Really? I've literally never heard him speak. He's really shy.
Yeah, he never talks to us, but I basically cornered him. So he said when he's inside Dreamland, he has to remain in costume at all times because it looks more professional.
If he was professional, he'd pay more attention to what he's playing. Last night, we had to dance to 5 of the same songs, twice.
I think he must have dabbed a load of shots when he went on break and forgotten what songs he'd already played. He just doesn't care about his job. He barely moves when he's DJing, not so much as a wiggle. Absolutely no rhythm, no soul, and no music in that man's veins whatsoever.
It was horrible. No one should have to dance to a trance remix of the Monster Mash more than once.
I wish that was more convincing, but I mean, what's the theory? That we know he goes on break for 15 minutes for a diet rum and cola, we're told, but I mean, they just say he replayed the songs. That doesn't sound, I mean, what's our theory? That he left the bodysuit propped up? That doesn't make sense. He has to stand on the dance floor. In the middle of the dance floor. That I find that very weird, to be honest. Like, he's supposed to be DJing for a 15-minute break. How does he do all this during his 15-minute break? This is not like an animatronic suit. Doesn't stand up on his own. So how is he... I mean, I get that you're upset that he's repeating his music, but has he hired someone else? But who? I really find that, I really thought I feel so good about Bob, but I really don't understand how he's done all this. I don't understand how he's not... I don't understand how he's gotten away with this. The only thing I will say is that if this is where the disco is, and this is where he captures Ralph, maybe he does have time to get over there, knock him out, and come back, and then talk to him inside his suit in the walkie-talkie. and come back at 1 a.m.? I just don't see how he's not on the dance floor. Because we know this guy isn't there. But I guess this guy is in the park. Maybe Dave replaces him. That's an interesting theory. That's what's happened. That's what's happened. Okay, that solves it. This guy and these two are supposed to be taking turns. Maybe that's what it is. Is that what it is? That our guy Bob isn't even DJing on that night. It's this guy, or they're swapping. In fact, I wonder if we can't see that he's on his way. That he's on his way to take over. But yes, that's what's happened. They're supposed to alternate nights. Right? But what's really happened is they're working on the same night. And this guy is on his way to fill in, and that's why he's playing the same songs. Because it's the two different frogs. And look, this, let's look at this. This is being shot here, facing the waterfall. And here's the frog guy, and he's on his way to take over. That's what's happened. This guy is filling in for Bob, who's going to take off at 10:45 and capture Ralph. Yeah, that is 100% it. Both of the frogs are working. They're wearing the mask, so no one knows which frog is DJing. Our guy Bob gets there, runs the first shift, goes on break, and when he goes on break, he never comes back, and Dave fills in, and Dave's like drunk and is replaying the same songs. So that is it. I feel very good about our theory now. And then he's fired the next day, possibly just because, like, he doesn't want anyone asking Dave any questions. All right. And our motive is he wants to solve the case and redeem himself. All right. I feel good now. That is some serious teamwork here between all of us, and most of all, it's our main skill on this channel, our perseverance and willingness to play for 4.5 hours and spend an extra hour tracking down. Okay, are we ready to accuse Bob? It's time for a vote. Here we go. Get your vote in. Type vote and then who you vote for. And someone can proxy me voting for Bob. %100% it's Bob. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. Mystified points out, if the kidnapper wanted to kill Ralph, he would have done it. He's imprisoned him to squeeze out information. We know he knows about Ralph being involved. We know he's been contacted by Walter, so offering him a way into the tunnels. We know he's got the timeline. I don't know how this nurse has this balloon, but maybe she's following everyone around the park. His back is hurt from moving the trolley. The walkie-talkie and the fuzziness is because he stole the walkie-talkie. We might even be able to track him to Oh, yeah, we did track him to stealing the walkie-talkie, didn't we? Because we said the walkie-talkie people said it was stolen at 1 a.m., and that's when he gets off work. 8 votes for Bob. It looks like we're all locked into Bob. Anna's trying to proxy vote for me. I think if you say Jesse votes for Bob, try that. Try typing Jesse votes for Bob. See if that does it. I forget if you have to say proxy or if you just have to say Jesse votes for. Looks like there's 19 viewers and 8 voters. That might be a pretty high, especially after 4.5 hours. Most of the time, we've just got 1 or 2 people voting. That must say something about how involved we all are. Boy, there's either a long delay or there's some insubordination here. Okay, there it worked. Jesse votes for Bob. Nelson typed in and it worked. Okay, so there we are. I think we're there. Wasn't the stolen walkie-talkie short range? Yes, but remember, because Bob can be anywhere now because he's not on screen. All right, we're going to close down the vote. It's unanimous. Because he can be anywhere since he's not DJing. He can be in that area with where the body is being stored. All right, here we go. Here we go. We're going to accuse Bob. Ready? 1, 2, 3, click.
Bob the DJ, it was you.
Me? You think I kidnapped Ralph?
Please take your mask off.
I'd prefer not. Hey! Give that back!
Everyone, this is Paul.
Oh my God, it's you?
Hey, your face is on the notice board.
Yeah, it is, because he's banned from Mockery.
No,
what the hell are you doing here, Paul?
Nothing.
Have you been Bob the DJ this whole time? You sneaky snake. I should call the police. You're in violation of a restraining order.
No, please don't call the police. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, I really needed this
Debbie
DJ
could have been
contract.
working
There are
for
very
him,
few
with him,
weddings
by
at
the
this
way.
time of year. And it's not like I was trying to break into the manor again.
Except you were. The vampire said a man in a mask tried to gain access.
That could have been anyone.
And not to mention, Walter offered you access to the manor via the tunnels.
No, he didn't.
Yes, I did.
Okay, yes, he did. But I said no because I'm a man of integrity.
He said he didn't trust me not to use it against him.
Snakes recognise snakes, it seems. So, you're looking for access to the manor, are you? Looking for dirt, is that it?
Well, if there's no dirt to be found, Davina, you've nothing to worry about, have you? But then again, innocent people don't have big, stupid padlocks on their filing cabinets.
So you're the one who messed up my office, who stole my keys.
Oh, I thought that was just me.
No, that was me.
What? Did 3 of you steal my keys?
I don't appreciate being lumped in with these two. I'm not some petty thief. I'm not just a DJ either. I'm a journalist. And a damn good one at that. And yes, I'm guilty of being able to smell a story from a mile away. And this one's been wafting up my nostrils for years. A story so smelly that local television will come begging for my services.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
that
motive
was his
to
motive.
me.
No, that's not what I
You
meant.
kidnapped Ralph because you thought he'd spill the beans under duress.
Yes.
Is that it?
Oh, yeah. Maybe I should have mentioned this before, but the kidnapper only ever asked questions about Mockery, about the kind of jobs I used to do for Jenkins. Most of it was way off the mark, but whoever it was had figured out we were using the lorries to smuggle stuff out of dental shops.
Yeah.
And then bring it back here, and
Bob
then we're
had
going to
heard
sell
that.
it.
Maybe shush now, love, okay?
I didn't tell him anything, Davina. I didn't answer a single question.
Yeah, nobody ever does. Mockery has him in a chokehold.
Oh, yeah? Do tell.
What? No, nothing? I didn't mean it. You can't prove anything. I didn't kidnap him. My alibi is rock solid. I was DJing in front of hundreds of people all bloody night, except for one 15-minute break. And somehow, I don't think that's enough time to kidnap someone, is it? No, case closed, Your Honour, eh? Yeah,
Dave.
put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Shut up, Paul. So annoying.
You know what Betty taught me, Paul? Look for the lies and contradictions and things out of place and time. Davina, could you read something out loud, please? Here. It's the contract between Mockery and Airwaves.
Why'd you have this? Did you take this from my desk?
Maybe?
All right, never mind. This bit?
Yep.
So Dave Herbert is to work Wednesdays and Fridays, and Bob Hancock is to work Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays.
Nurse Debbie, see this photo of you in front of the Heart of Darkness? What day was this?
Why, the day your friend went missing. Thursday.
Bob's day to work.
Correct. And I was indeed working my contracted hours and DJing in front of hundreds of people who all saw me DJing and not kidnapping anyone.
Jennifer, you're in this photo getting a Khyber Fast Pass. This Khyber Fast Pass, which was issued at 10:47 p.m.
Oh, that's when Ralph was getting kidnapped. That puts you in the clear, Jennifer.
Duh, obviously.
At which point I was DJing in front of hundreds of people.
I thought you said you were on break at that time.
Okay, so I was on my 15-minute break.
And look who else is in this photo. A man in a green boiler suit.
Let me see. Yep, that's Dave.
Why would Dave be in Mockery on his day off?
Enjoying the park? Duh.
Why would he be wearing his work clothes on his day off?
Because it's a cool outfit.
But he's not wearing the mask. He's carrying it. Like he doesn't want to wear it. Like it's not his choice. Why didn't he leave it at home if he was just going to the park to have a nice time on his day off?
Dunno. I'm not his keeper.
Okay. Davina, who here doesn't have a walkie-talkie?
Well, that'd be Paul, Nurse Debbie, obviously, you, Ash, Jennifer, and Owen, yeah?
Oh, how utterly ridiculous.
Oh, I know why you're asking this. A walkie-talkie was stolen from Baba Yaga's.
Oh, and the kidnapper needed a walkie-talkie to do his fake distress call. But the kidnapper would only bother to steal a walkie-talkie because he didn't already have one.
Unless it was a coincidence. Things get stolen all the time.
Yep, coinky-dinky.
No.
That's an
it
interesting
wasn't a
point we
coincidence.
didn't consider.
Because that walkie-talkie was
Why
used
steal
for
a
something else that
walkie-talkie
evening
if
too.
you already have one?
A prank call.
Oh, you mean the report of smooth yogurt in the village?
Yep. Whoever planned to use the tunnels to move Ralph knew that you, Walter, also used the tunnels and that you might get in the way. So they made sure you were elsewhere at the critical time.
So that narrows the suspect list down to Paul, Nurse Debbie, Ash, Jennifer, and Owen.
Well, it wasn't me.
Are we sure about that?
Shut up, Paul.
Oh, I've spotted a plot hole.
This isn't one of your crappy plays, Owen. This is real life. But go on.
Ralph's on a first aid frequency, is he not? But so are several other walkie-talkies. Why didn't they hear the distress call too? How did the kidnapper know that Ralph would pick up?
Well, it's
That's
to
a
do
good
with
question.
range, isn't it? The first aid walkie-talkies only have a range of one land. If the distress call came from inside the Dreamland area, the other first aiders would have been too far away to receive the signal.
All right then, who's a clever clogs?
What else you got, Ash?
This is what the podium dancers had to say about the night Ralph went missing.
Last night, we had to dance to 5 of the same songs, twice.
Do you often repeat songs on the same night, Paul?
If the crowd are loving it, why not?
Oh, I've got it. I know what happened.
Take the floor, Ralph.
Right. So, Dave replaced Paul. I hope I'm getting these names right. Dave replaced Paul during the break. Dave didn't know what songs Paul had already played, so he repeated some of them without realising.
Don't be daft.
Yeah, that's what I think happened too. I bet you told him you felt sick and that he had to come in on his day off and take over.
No? I'm sorry, that's just nonsense.
I think I figured out the timeline. Do you mind, Ash?
Please, go ahead, Simone.
So, earlier in the day, Paul comes into the park wearing his mask so that management doesn't see him. He uses his stolen keys to unlock the tunnel hatches at Dreamland and Roswell.
And he knows about the tunnels because he worked here years ago when they were in use.
That evening, just before his shift, Paul uses the Dreamland payphone to call Dave the DJ and make sure that he's ready to take over DJ duties at 11 p.m. that night. As usual, Paul goes on his break at 10:45. At 10:47, Dave is walking from the staff entrance towards Dreamland. At the same time, Paul is sneaking into the tunnels and using his stolen walkie-talkie to contact Ralph. He tells him to come quick. Then he waits in the dark for Ralph to arrive.
At the junction where the Roswell and Dreamland tunnels meet. 10 minutes later, I'm having a stinking bag dragged over my head. Meanwhile, This Dave fella has put his frog mask on and gone into the DJ booth. But everyone thinks it's Paul back from his break.
Giving Paul a cast iron alibi.
And Dave is shy. Very shy. So Paul knows he'll just do what he always does. Leave immediately afterwards without talking to anyone. He fires him the next day, just in case.
Absolute rubbish. Can't prove it.
Oh, Paul,
His
I
back.
imagine you hurt your ribs when you attacked Ralph, hey? And where did you get that knockout chemical you
From
soaked
his
the
wife,
bag in?
right?
From your equine dental surgeon girlfriend, perhaps?
He's got a girlfriend, takes all sorts.
But why did you target Ralph, though? Why not one of the other Mockery old-timers?
Laugh.
It's nothing to laugh about, Ash. A man was kidnapped.
No, Larph.
We figured this out, yeah.
That's my name, cunningly disguised. It's what I called myself back when I used to call into crime time to confess my sins. It made me feel better to tell someone.
Oh, and Paul worked out that you, Ralph, were Laugh.
I mean, it's not hard, is it?
You knew I knew things. You thought I'd talk, that you'd get your story.
Bit extreme, though, isn't it? Executing such an elaborate plan.
The actions of a desperate man.
A desperate, not very intelligent man. What were you going to do once he talked? Kill him?
No, of course not.
Confess. Say that's a confession.
Shut up! I didn't do it, but I'm sure whoever did would have just let him go. I'm sure whoever did it wishes they hadn't because they're not a ruthless criminal and the whole thing was really quite upsetting for everyone.
Mainly me. It was mainly upsetting for me.
Oh my God. I just had a thought. Dave kidnapped Ralph. Yeah, that makes sense. Damn it, I should have done a more thorough vetting process during the interview stage. No doubt he's someone you upset in prison, Ralph. Well, good job I fired him. Okay, case closed, let's all go home. Everything okay, Davina?
Yep, looks like he's not going to cause any problems. Got in over his head, I reckon. What a wally. I'll bring him out.
What's going on?
I had Parker and JJ wait outside the room with Signor Antonio, just in case. Let's go and have a quick chat in private, eh, Paul? And let's not involve the police, eh? Neither
Oh, they're going to give him a second chance and
The rest of
hire him
yous,
in the
thanks
park.
for your cooperation. Now back to here.
You can't do this.
Come on, Paul.
Oh, God!
Is that it then?
Looks like it.
I'm starving. I haven't eaten in 2 days.
Bloody hell.
Or been to the loo.
Let's go to the diner then. You all coming? Oh, most of them left already.
So the Tupperware food poisoning puzzle had nothing to do with Ralph's disappearance?
Nope.
I took ages designing that grid. What a waste of time!
Well, trouble is, you never know what's relevant and what's not.
Lindsay Sharman. One person did all those voices, most of them. Oh, I see. He just did a bunch of them. All right, let's not say anything. Let's take a little break. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the game. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear my thoughts. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back after 4 hours, 45 minutes to talk about the game, but let me just address some comments in the chat. Have I forgotten how to do this? Wasn't there a next button on the same screen as the credits? Did we miss that? So actually, that's a good point. There is a next button. If we click on this, what we see is this. Thank you for playing. Share your experience. So let's see. We're going to rate this 5 stars. Yes, we figured out who did it. How long did it take to finish the game? Over 4 hours. In a heartbeat, we would play another game. Okay, and then prize draw. What prize draw are they talking about? To win a Mockery art print. I guess we don't really care about this. I'll just submit it. Okay, there's our creative team. So one person is credited as writing this game. Lindsay Sharman. And directed by Lawrence Owen, who did also do the music, the sound design, and the editing, and the artwork. So this is largely 2 people. One person wrote it. Lindsay Sharman. Who is this savant? And then there's our voice cast. Oh, let's take a look at these people. Okay. There's Lindsay Sharman with a funny picture of her and her cat. And there's Lawrence Owen, and here are the other voice actors. I am curious to check out one other thing before we close this up. Let's see what happens if we accuse someone else. I suspect that we may get a tiny little 1 minute audio of us being wrong. But let's find out what would have happened if we accused Debbie. Yes, we are going to get a short audio. Let's see what that sounds like.
Nurse Debbie, it was you.
Oh, how funny. You think I kidnapped your friend?
Are we going to notice her balloon?
Well, at first I thought you'd killed him. I thought you'd argued in the woods, and you pushed him, and he fell, and hit his head on the hull of the spaceship, or a tree, and when you saw what you'd done, you panicked and rolled his body into one of the tunnel hatches. Or something like that, anyway. But now we know he's alive. I still think you're the culprit.
Why? Because I had the opportunity? Because I was right there in the woods when your friend went missing? Tell me, what's my motive? I don't even know him. I'm just a girl who loves Halloween and marches to the beat of my own drum, and you've decided that must make me guilty of something. Oh, honey, projection, perhaps. It's like looking in a crystal ball and seeing your future, isn't it? Don't you like what you see?
Well, that got weird quickly. I don't think this lady kidnapped Ralph, love. Do you want to accuse someone else?
Do you want to accuse someone else? So each of these people, if you accuse them, you get a little 1 minute how you're wrong. Is there anyone we want to see? Shall we see what happens if you accuse Owen? Let's listen to Owen's accusation.
Owen, it was you.
Squeeze me? You think I kidnapped Ralph?
Well, at first I thought you'd killed him. I thought you'd argued in the woods, and you pushed him, and he fell, and hit his head on the hull of the spaceship, or a tree, and when you saw what you'd done, you panicked and rolled his body into one of the tunnel hatches. Or something like that, anyway. But now we know he's alive. I still think you're the culprit.
Why? Because I'm in love with him? Because he persists in rejecting both me and my art?
Oh, he's in love with him.
Despite the deep hurt he has inflicted on my heart and soul, I would never hurt him. Yes, I put him on a pip and tried to get him fired, but only so that he'd be free to be in my film. But I'm glad it didn't work, because even if he was free of Mockery, he'd refuse to work with me again, because he hates me. Why, Ralph? Why? We were once so close. I was your beloved mentor.
We weren't.
And you were my muse.
Ugh.
Yes, I admit it. I've known Ralph for years. We first met when I was the lead on an Arts Council England project designed to awaken a more tender spirit in the culturally bereft. I directed prison inmates in a plethora of revenge tragedies.
Is this relevant?
Ralph and Grog were cellmates in HMP Burnley when I cast Ralph as my Duchess.
Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say that you, Owen, had the means and opportunity to do this.
I did. I admit it. I am free to roam the park, free to do as I please, unsupervised. But to what end would I kidnap Ralph? Out of thwarted love? Out of frustration and madness as the climax in my very own revenge tragedy?
I mean, yeah?
No, I'm sorry, but character must align with action. Am I a man to coldly, methodically premeditate a kidnapping? Or am I a man to explode with passion and accidentally kill someone with a chair? Exactly. Also, if I was the sort to kidnap a love interest, would I really bring him here? This dingy little room? And the Megacoaster's open to the public over the Christmas period, is it not? That's only a month away. Wouldn't I have taken him somewhere more private? Somewhere I could keep him long term?
Also, the kidnapper hasn't said anything romantic to me, or about drama or art or anything like that.
Right, I think Owen's in the clear.
You're bloody right I am.
Anyone else you'd like to accuse, Ash?
All right, well, you can see the webpage here if you want to listen to the rest of those. The only other one I'm sort of curious about is senior management. All right, let's listen to one more. I'm just going to listen to senior management.
Davina, it was you.
Along with Parker and JJ.
You what? You think we kidnapped Ralph? Why the would we do that?
Because he was a loose end. Because he knows about Mockery's dark past.
So you think we kidnapped Ralph, brought him here, and did what exactly?
Huh. Wait a minute, Davina. The kidnapper has been asking me questions about Mockery, about why I ended up in prison, the kind of work I used to do, that sort of thing.
See? You were testing him to see if he'd squeal.
And if he did, would we clonk him on the head and bury him in the woods?
Maybe.
I mean, it's an interesting theory, so well done for that. And the truth is, Ralph did work for Mockery back in the day, when an unsavoury element ran operations. His name was Jenkins. He's dead now.
Davina!
It's okay, babes. No one here wants to get you in trouble. Well, mostly no one. So yeah, Ralph worked for Jenkins and went to prison as a result of following orders.
I sold the contents of a stolen Dunkelschloss lorry and then drove it into a lake.
Why?
It's complicated, but at the time, right, most of us knew nothing of what was going on. It was years later that I found out. Anyway, everything's above board nowadays. Ralph's on the straight and narrow, and as reparation, we look after him and a number of the others who were basically kids when Jenkins absorbed them into his criminal enterprise. But we have absolutely no reason to hurt any of them, okay? Now accuse someone else before I lose my temper.
All right. Wow. All right, let's read some of the comments from viewers here. Let me move up a bit. Okay, so that was cool. The food puzzle was a red herring. Great. Derek says great and awesome game. Anna says perfect ending. That's comical. They even made a reference to the food puzzle for you, Jesse. Outstanding. Ralph being alive was great. Very impressive game from the name. I assumed it would be much lighter than it was. Nelson says, I really loved everything about this game and our 3 sessions. I like the theme. I like the puzzle. I like the story. It's so well put together. Mystified says, this is one of those games that's probably in my top 10. Nelson says, we can see these are professional podcasters. The audio, the voices, the accents, the acting is all so well done and immersive. What a pleasure it was to play this game. Anna says, it's officially my favorite game of this year. I'm just loving it. Tongue-in-cheek, still a good mystery. They also reference the food poisoning, nothing to do with the case, LOL. Nelson says, I don't care about the food puzzle. I said it was a red herring, it's not important. Mystified says, probably the one I loved the most was Lovely City, Killing Affair, but this was great. Nelson says, one last thing, Anna, you were right on the spot from the beginning. Well done. Anna, I wanted it to be Grog. We're going to go back and look who insisted it was Bob, but I'll talk about that in a minute. Mystified says, I kept thinking it had to be Bob, but was struggling to find the motive. Once we had that, it all fell into place. Nelson says, now what I don't have clear is what happened in the German park with the 2 murders. It happened 10 years ago. And Claytonville, are these future games? Remember that Mockery Manor is a podcast full of stories. There's 3 seasons of it. You can subscribe, you can watch it, you can order soundtracks. So some of this may be referencing storylines that we don't know about, but it was interesting to see that last little ending where Davina was basically saying the park used to be full of criminal stuff and now it's not. So I think it's just reference to the past. They used to do bad stuff. Okay, I give this many stars. You should identify the channel in the review so they can check the playthrough. And it says, so good, let's listen to every one of the false accusations. It's like bonus content. All right, we'll come back and look at the last of them before we sign off, but I want to talk about the game for a bit. But I am curious to scroll back to where we had our breakthrough, because that was pretty interesting. So we're faced to make an accusation. I'm scrolling back through the comments, and we weren't sure what to say. And there was a moment we had a breakthrough. Where is it? We had lots of little details. 3 vampires, we interviewed them. The window. This is us trying to guess where he was held. That's fine. Okay, and then we got it right. Anna says, it's Paul, it's the DJ, he wants info from Ralph. Okay, so Anna did say that very early. Anna said, I think it's Bob Paul. She was right. Motive, he wants the info from Ralph about the murder. Well, Anna was right. Anna was right from the beginning, and then we got sidetracked looking for the food poisoning. Okay, now, here is where things really click. This was interesting. Okay, so we were on the final accusation, and this is the part where I started to remember. Anna said, could the kidnapper be Grog to make Ralph think management kidnapped him, so finally blackmail him? Mystified says, I don't know. I want to say the DJ makes the most sense. I really don't understand what his motive was. So Anna has slightly moved off from her original theory to Grog at this point. And then there was some discussion about, there was several people in the chat were suspicious of the DJ and had intuited that something was wrong with his alibi, but we didn't have all the pieces together. Anna says, that was my thinking first. Nelson says, the DJ left the music in repeat mode. That's shady. Anna says, yeah, that was my thinking. Now I'm thinking it was Grog. And then we're talking about the nurse. Okay. And then Nelson says, I think Bob is not DJing because the music CD was in repeat mode. So this is where, this is a perfect example. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll back to the front now. So lots of intuitions that it was Bob. But then we had some problems. When we were going through motives and alibis, we didn't have a good motive for Bob to kill him, kidnap him, sort of forgetting that he was still alive. And then his alibi for performing, we had a real disagreement about, because the group was saying he sort of put it on repeat mode and he wasn't moving, so maybe he left his costume empty, and it just didn't make sense. And then what clicked for me was when Anna said Grog is kidnapping him to make him talk so that they can be blackmailed. And when I was trying to rebut that, it suddenly clicked for me that although that doesn't quite work for Grog, it does perfectly work for the investigative reporter to redeem himself by forcing Ralph to tell him secrets, which is what Anna said in the beginning. But then we clicked in, we went back and we spent a half hour reading stuff about, once we thought it was Bob, we spent a half hour reading what Bob said and what the other people at the disco said. And at that point, a whole bunch of things started clicking. Bob's back being hurt from doing all this. We looked at this photo again. We actually saw something in the photo that almost sent us down a really wild goose chase, noticing that she had this balloon from the closed down area. That was very dangerous and very tempting to pick her. But then when we saw this, then the alibi clicked in. That he's actually set up an alibi. This guy is walking to replace him. That's when it suddenly made sense why the songs were repeating. It's not some far-fetched thing where he's propped up his empty costume, but these two have switched. And then we just got confirmation after confirmation. We realized that he could have stolen the walkie-talkie at 1 a.m. Everything clicked into place. So, let me talk a little bit about this game then. I mean, you really couldn't ask for a more perfect experience. It was a joy playing with this group. To have a game where you get to the end and you have to accuse someone and don't know how to answer it. I mean, that's the ideal thing you're looking for in a game like this, where we were paid such good attention. We really got engrossed in everything. We had suspicions, but when we got to the end, we had all the pieces, but we couldn't assemble the puzzle. And we got to that end question and we didn't know how to answer it, but knew it was important. And we're so invested in the game that we wanted to get it right. And then we flailed around a little bit, found someone we liked, and then dug deeper, looked at stuff again, and talked ourselves into it, and we were correct. So an amazing experience, but an amazing experience because this really was an amazing game. And what a surprise. I really expected this to be just an audio drama with a few documents. I mean, it comes in this small little envelope. It was about maybe $40. We've now played it for about 13 hours or so. But the materials here, along with the website, I mean, there was a lot of amazing quality voice acting, very entertaining, split up in a way that made it, digestible and interesting. A bunch of online documents that we went through, but also like some of these dense documents. This map we used over and over again. We had time to need this information, time to need this information, time to need all of this, track this path, track the places, the different natures of them. We made use of all this, the details here. I mean, this thing full of information that we went back to over and over again. In fact, really, that's a hallmark of an enjoyable document, that we went back to these documents over and over again, back to the reports of the cleaner, mining that information over and over again. That's amazing. That is exactly what you want, and it rarely happens. This photo, we went back to it over and over again, noticing this, noticing this, noticing this, noticing this, noticing where it's taken, where the photos are taken. All of this stuff. It actually had some cool puzzles figuring out where the keys, what keys were missing. The little cipher stuff was all enjoyable. Little clues, walkie-talkie clue, clues about who was related in what way, figuring out 3 people that these messages were for, and figuring out like who owned each document gave us information. My God, that is an impressive game. From a company that's never made a mystery game, just made podcast? Shocking. Really amazing. I mean, almost flawless. I would say the one real flaw was that food puzzle, which I think was poorly done for a bunch of reasons. Not relevant to the game, but that wasn't the real sin of it. The real sin of it was that to solve it, you had to make a whole bunch of assumptions that you shouldn't make. Discovering the tunnel map. I mean, and then in addition to the interviews, there was that little scene where we broke into Davina's office. Then there was watching the CCTV video of the psychic and the constant humor in the game, but also a serious crime that we were trying to investigate that required not just solving the deduction and the logic and the puzzles, but made a lot of use of psychology. And that's one of my favorite things in these games, when you have to call on psychology. Like, the motive part was a big part of this. Like, what are the motives? Why would someone do this? everyone had secrets and lies, and it was very fun to figure out why they're lying, what's their secret, what's their relationship. I mean, outstanding. Really just, yeah, top up there as candidate for best mystery game of the last year or so. As a total experience, it's very rare that we see such high quality voice acting, and boy, was it a pleasure. And it's a small thing, but showing the portraits as they're talking meant it was very engaging. I mean, a huge amount of work went into this. Boy, I hope they make more. Boy, I hope they make more of these. Okay, we had our votes, and then everyone agreed it was an amazing game. Definitely an exceptional game, well thought out puzzle, exceptional writing, music was top notch. I mean, yeah, music too. Wow. I don't know what to say. Just so pleased with the full experience. And we had a great time playing. This was a great group. Everyone took it very seriously. Lots of little details. Just surprised at how much dense little details are in this game. Well, what a fun surprise to be able to play this in October. It sort of makes all of October feel like a real success. Any final thoughts? We identified Bob. I mean, so many subtle little details, like Bob using an ID without a photo, which we mapped. Like, there were so many details that once we were on the right path, we were able to confirm. Mystified says, glad to see the level of participation we had, especially since Jonathan wasn't here tonight. Well, I really did miss Jonathan not being here. Nelson says, exactly the type of game I love. All the info is there, but we don't see it immediately. Yeah, I agree. It's sort of like a real magic trick to be able to pull this off. It is hard to make a game like that, where the information is there, you feel it like it's on the tip of your tongue, but you can't quite do it, but you have enough, it's manageable enough that you can go back and put together the pieces. There were so many times where we were looking at something and we were like, I don't quite see what it's referring to. Like 3 initials, what are those initials? Like if you look at this, the key thing, there were so many times that it's like it's just enough of a pause before it clicks. Okay, let's look at the last, let's listen to the last false accusations. And if anyone has more comments, they can chime in. Okay, so let's see what happens if we had accused Grog. This isn't going to go well. He was his friend.
Grog, it was you!
You what? You think I kidnapped Ralph?
Well, at first I thought you'd killed him. I thought you'd argued in the woods, and you pushed him, and he fell, and hit his head on the hull of the spaceship, or a tree, and when you saw what you'd done, you panicked and rolled his body into one of the tunnel hatches. Or something like that, anyway. But now we know he's alive. I still think you're the culprit.
Why?
Because you needed Ralph to help you steal a Mockery lorry. You knew that if you did it on your own, they'd call the police. But if they thought Ralph was involved, they'd write it off. You'd get away with it and split the proceeds between the two of you. Because Mockery protects Ralph. As you said in your encrypted note, they owe him. But you said no, didn't you, Ralph?
Aye, you're my pal, Grog. But I don't appreciate you trying to drag me back into that world again.
I don't know what you're talking about. I never planned to steal anything.
Oh, sure.
And I suppose you didn't deliberately poison the spotted dick either, did you? So that you could take Simon's place.
You are literally just talking gibberish now, ain't you?
When Ralph refused to help you steal the lorry, you realised that if you kidnapped Ralph and made it look like he'd stolen the lorry with you, Mockery would let you get away with it, and there'd be no need to split the proceeds.
Seems like a lot of fuss just to steal a lorry, but okay, it makes sense. Yeah, good work, Ash.
Except, like Jennifer, I was literally in the final scare scene with you. You saw me with your own eyes. Wouldn't I have been busy kidnapping Ralph at that time?
Oh, maybe you kidnapped him and then came back for the final scene. Yeah.
If your little theory was correct and I'd kidnapped him, wouldn't I have immediately stolen the lorry and disappeared? Why would I return to work? Why would I still be here? Why would I tape a walkie-talkie to the wall and talk to the bugger? Also, didn't you say if someone stole a walkie-talkie from Baba Yaga's in order to lure Ralph into the tunnels? Correct? Yeah? Well, why would I need to steal a walkie-talkie? I already have my own walkie-talkie.
Oh, right, yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it? Looks like he's in the clear.
But I
good
suppose we
theory,
could have
though, Ash.
hypothesized
Really
that the
good. I
stolen
thought you had it
walkie-talkie
there.
was a red
Damn
herring
it. But you
by
shouldn't
someone
judge a
else,
book by its
a
cover,
kid.
love. I think it's pretty significant that the kidnapper's been talking to you, Ralph. Based on that alone, I know who did it. But don't let me steal your thunder, Ash. Anyone else
she
you'd
knows
like to
who did it.
accuse?
Anyone else you'd like to accuse? All right, let's try Simone.
Simone, it was you.
Me? You think I kidnapped Ralph?
Well, at first I thought you'd killed him. I thought you'd argued in the woods, and you pushed him, and he fell, and hit his head on the hull of the spaceship, or a tree, and when you saw what you'd done, you panicked and rolled his body into one of the tunnel hatches. Or something like that, anyway. But now we know he's alive. I still think you're the culprit.
Why? Because he rejected me? My ego isn't that fragile, Ash. Bloody hell, I can't believe you think I'd hurt someone because they turned me down. I thought we were friends.
I'm sorry, Simone, but I can't ignore the facts. You had both the means and the opportunity to do this.
Nope.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No. Think about it. Someone stole a walkie-talkie from Baba Yaga's in order to lure Ralph into the tunnels, correct? Well, why would I need to steal a walkie-talkie? I already have my own walkie-talkie.
Well, maybe the stolen walkie-talkie had nothing to do with Ralph's disappearance. In which case, you still had the means, which is, by your own admission, a walkie-talkie.
Okay, fine. Let's say the stolen walkie-talkie has nothing to do with this. It's a case of right place, wrong time. Yes, I was in the woods when Ralph went missing. And yes, I was a few minutes late to getting to my next tour group. Conceivably, in that time, I could have argued with Ralph, accidentally killed him, and hidden the body. It would have been tight, but I suppose that could have happened. What I did not have time to do is lure him into the tunnels, knock him out, take him across the park to the Trousers Meowsers mega coaster, and question him for several hours.
Aha! How did you know that was how it happened, hey?
I told everyone just before you got here.
Oh.
Sorry. Probably shouldn't have done that.
So, looks like I have the means and the world's weakest motive, but no opportunity.
Oh dear. I think Simone's in the clear. Anyone else you'd like to accuse?
Okay, how about Jennifer?
Jennifer,
She definitely
it was
doesn't like
you.
Ralph.
Me? You think I kidnapped Ralph?
Well, at first I thought you'd killed him. I thought you'd argued in the woods, and you pushed him, and he fell, and hit his head on the hull of the spaceship, or a tree, and when you saw what you'd done, you panicked and rolled his body into one of the tunnel hatches. Or something like that, anyway. But now we know he's alive. I still think you're the culprit.
Why? Because I don't like him? Because he was going to dob me in for not selling merchandise and I might lose my job? Or because Simone fancies him? I mean, yeah, I don't want my supervisor dating my sister, but I wouldn't kidnap a man for asking her out. I'm not insane.
Well, maybe your dual love for theme parks and your sister drove you insane, Jennifer.
Sorry, Ash. Sorry. I'm not laughing. It's just quite a funny accusation, that's all.
Yeah.
It's a bit silly.
Really strong motive, Ash. Well done. Good detective work.
How's this for good detective work? You had both the means and the opportunity.
I was literally in the final scare scene with you. You saw me with your own eyes. Do you think I kidnapped him and then came back for the final scare scene?
Yes, I do.
Ew, is that what happened?
This is so stupid. Do you really think I have a strong enough motive for premeditated kidnap? What would I even want from him? Ransom? He doesn't have any money. So what was it for then? To threaten him? Ralph, did your kidnapper say anything about me? Did he say, stay away from the Hughes sisters or else?
No, just questions about Mockery. The kind of work I used to do, that sort of thing.
Ew, that is a very important piece of the puzzle, I'd say. I think I know who the culprit is, huh? But don't let me steal your thunder, Ash. Anyone else you'd like to accuse?
Okay, and then lastly, I don't think we accused Walter yet. That was our number one suspect in the beginning.
Walter, it was you.
Me? You think I kidnapped Ralph?
Well, at first I thought you'd killed him. I thought you'd argued in the woods, and you pushed him, and he fell, and hit his head on the hull of the spaceship, or a tree, and when you saw what you'd done, you panicked and rolled his body into one of the tunnel hatches. Or something like that, anyway. But now we know he's alive. I still think you're the culprit.
Why? Because he humiliated me at the lake house party? Because he was going to get the transcendently beautiful Jennifer in trouble for slacking off work?
Oh, gross.
Yes, exactly that. And I know you blackmailed Ralph. You threatened to reveal his criminal past.
Well, I wrote the note, yeah. But I didn't give it to him. It was just a cathartic writing exercise.
Too chicken to threaten him, more like. Ash, are you saying that Walter kidnapped Ralph for revenge?
Yes! Okay, the motive's not strong, but look at the means and opportunity. Walter had both. He stole the tunnel keys from your office so he could move through the park unseen.
Oh, did you, you little
It's easier than pushing a trolley through the crowds.
A trolley? Or a real cage. Like the kind you use to transport Ralph. The kind of cage that you use every day for work.
Oh, please. Everyone's got access to the cages. There's at least 2 in every food and drink station across the park. As for opportunity, as my end-of-night report will attest, at the time Ralph was being kidnapped, I was responding to a false clean-up call from the village.
Says you. A likely story.
Have you asked the village witches? They'll back me up. Eric Michaels was with me the whole time.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Embarrassing. I think Walter's in the clear. Anyone else you'd like to accuse?
Yeah, that's nice. All right. Well, look, a pleasure as always, guys. Can't ask for too much more than this in life. A good group of people to share a very fun, thoughtful, just an overall amazing experience. And I want to thank everyone who joined me for it. If you want to do well by this company, if you want to show your appreciation to them and encourage them to make additional games, there's things you can do. You could go to the Board Game Geek page for Mockery Manor and leave a little review. You could go to their website and see if there's a way to leave them some feedback. Probably rating it on Board Game Geek and leaving a little short review would be the best bang for your buck. You might also want to check out their podcast for Mockery Manor. There's 3 seasons of it. I think you could just listen to it all for free on Spotify or wherever your podcasts are. Buy some of their merchandise. Keep your eye open for another game. If they do release another game, you can bet we'll be playing it here. Thanks everyone for joining me. I'll see you next time. I'll see some of you tomorrow afternoon, which is this afternoon in 9 hours. All right. Well, I guess maybe I'll try to get a little bit of sleep before then. A pleasure as always. I'll see you next time.